Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story. I pretended to be unconscious in the snow while strangers stepped over my body, deciding which of us was worth taking and which one to leave behind. That is not some line I came up with to sound dramatic for your channel. That is the clearest memory I have from the worst 10 minutes of my life. I am sending you this story from my kitchen table in Denver. It is a Tuesday night, a little after 11 p.m. The only light in this apartment is the weak yellow bulb over the stove. The heater in the hallway clicks on and off, and every few minutes, the fridge behind me makes that low humming sound old fridges make right before they die. Outside my window, I can hear the traffic on I-25, just a dull, constant rush of tires on wet pavement. I am not telling you this to scare people away from skiing or from going to the mountains. I grew up on skis. I still own a pass. I know every exit on I-70 between Denver and the resort I am about to talk about. I know the smell of cheap coffee in the base lodge, the sound of rental boots clapping on tile, the way the PA system crackles when they announce last chair. For most of my life, that place felt like the safest kind of escape there was. This story happened 3 winters ago, on what was supposed to be our perfect last run of the season. There were 4 of us that day. Eric, who bombs every double black like he has a death wish. Tom, who never takes his GoPro off, even at lunch. Luis, the only responsible one, the guy who checks the weather, the avalanche report, the road conditions, all of it. And then me, somewhere in the middle, just happy to get out of the city and forget about oil changes and brake jobs for a couple of days. The resort we went to is one you have probably seen in commercials. Slow motion shots of families carving down wide blue runs, drone footage over pine trees and powder, a catchy indie song playing in the background. The kind of place where you assume every angle is watched by a camera, every corner covered by some kind of safety protocol. That assumption is why we let our guard down. Toward the end of that day, after hours of perfect snow and perfect runs, we met a guy in a resort hoodie who said he worked there. He offered us something every skier and snowboarder secretly wants to hear. One more run, a secret one, not on the map, locals only. It drops right out by the parking lot. No lift lines, no crowds, just you and the snow. We followed him through a staff-only gate anyway. By the time we realized how stupid that was, 3 of my friends were already lying in the snow, and there was a white pickup truck idling on a service road below us, waiting to see which of us they could carry and how much we were worth. I am writing this from my kitchen table in Denver, and for once, it is not just because I cannot sleep. The light above me is that weak yellow kind you get from a cheap bulb that has been screwed into the same socket for too many years. It makes everything in the apartment look tired. The white on the fridge is more like a dirty cream. The scrapes on the table stand out more than they do in daylight. The only other light is the little blue glow from my laptop screen bouncing off the window glass. So when I look up, I see my own reflection sitting there, hunched over, like someone else is in the room with me. Behind my left shoulder, the fridge is humming. It has 2 settings, completely silent for for just long enough to make you notice, and then a low, rattling drone that feels like it comes from inside your teeth. Every few minutes it stops with a soft click, and for a second the apartment goes quiet in a way I do not like. The heater in the hallway will kick on after that, filling the ducts with a dry, shuddering breath that whistles a little as it pushes through the vent above the stove. Under all of it, there is the steady rush of traffic on I-25, a kind of distant ocean made of tires on wet pavement and the occasional angry horn. I am sending this to your channel because I need it to exist somewhere outside of my head. I watch the kinds of videos you post, the late-night stories, the true horror submissions from people who swear they are not making anything up. I know how that sounds. I know there are people who write in just to see their story animated or read over spooky music. That is not what this is. If I wanted attention, there are easier ways to get it than reliving something I have tried to bury for 3 winters straight. The truth is simpler and uglier. Every year, around the first real snow, this memory comes back sharper. It follows me home from work, sits in the passenger seat on the drive down I-25, climbs the stairs to this apartment, and stands there in the corner of my bedroom while I pretend to fall asleep. I have tried just ignoring it. I have tried telling myself it was not as bad as I remember, that maybe I was drunker than I thought, that it could have gone differently. None of that works. So now I am trying this, putting it in writing, sending it to strangers, hoping that maybe if other people hold it for a while, my head will feel a little lighter. It probably matters that I live in Denver. If you have ever been here in the winter, you know the whole city is built around one idea. When it snows, you go west. You hit I-70, you follow the line of taillights into the mountains, and you chase that picture-perfect version of winter that they put on postcards and ski passes. I have been doing that since before I was tall enough to see over the rental counter. My mom likes to tell people she taught me how to wedge my skis on a green run when I was still in kindergarten. I do not remember that part. What I remember is the resort. I am not sure how much I should say about it by name. If you live here, you could probably guess. It is one of the bigger ones on the Colorado side of the Rockies, about a 2-hour drive from Denver if the roads are good and the trucks are not crawling. You get off the interstate, wind through a little town that exists almost entirely to sell breakfast burritos and overpriced gloves. Then you come around a bend, and there it is, the big glowing sign, the floodlights on the lower slopes, the steam coming off the roofs of the lodges. For most of my life, seeing that sign meant the best kind of day was about to start. By the time I was in my 20s, that place felt less like a destination and more like a second home that only existed from December to March. I can still smell it if I close my eyes. The sharp, chemical sweetness of ski wax in the rental shop, where the floor is always just a little wet and there are boot prints in every direction. The sour, dusty smell in the locker room where people dry their socks over the heating vents like that actually does anything. The mix of coffee and fried food that hits you when you walk into the main lodge, burnt drip coffee in cardboard cups, burgers on the grill, someone's opened energy drink on a sticky table. Those are winter smells to me. You could blindfold me and drop me into any resort in the state, and I would know if it was mine or not just by the way the air tastes. Up on the mountain, the sounds are different, but just as familiar. The cable on the old fixed grip lift squeals in this high, complaining way as it runs over the towers, so regular that after a while, it becomes background noise. The chairs swing and rattle when you sit down. The bar slams down with a hollow clang. And then all you hear is the wind and the faint scrape of other people's skis carving lines below you. Every so often, the PA system crackles to life at one of the mid-stations, a voice cutting through the static to remind everyone about avalanche closures, or to warn that last chair on certain lifts is at 4 o'clock. They play the same classic rock songs over and over too, like Hotel California and Take It Easy. So now, whenever I hear those in a grocery store, part of my brain still thinks I am 30 feet above a black run with my boots hanging over someone's expertly groomed corduroy. All of that, the smells, the sounds, the routines, used to mean safety to me. Not safe like nothing bad could ever happen, but safe like there were rules and systems and people whose job it was to keep an eye on you. Ski patrol in their red jackets with the white crosses, lifties in their bright beanies, security cameras mounted on the corners of every building. Even when I got older and started going up there with friends instead of family, sleeping 4 deep in a cheap motel room and living on gas station snacks, I still had this idea in my head that the mountain was monitored, that someone was always watching somewhere. One weekend proved me wrong. 3 years ago, give or take a month, it stopped being a place I escaped to and turned into the setting for the worst thing that has ever happened to me that did not leave a visible scar. That is the weekend I am going to tell you about. I will not bother with the exact date. I know it. I could tell you what the weather report said that morning and what song was on the radio when we pulled into the parking lot. I could tell you the name that was stitched onto the hoodie of the man who held the staff gate open for us. Those details are burned in too deep. There is only one part of this that I still have trouble believing, and it is not what you might think. It is not the white pickup idling on the service road, or the way my friends' bodies just stopped in the snow like someone hit a switch. It is not the way the cameras all seem to be pointed in the wrong direction at the exact wrong time, or how the people whose job it was to care acted like we were an inconvenience when we stumbled back into the world. The part that bothers me the most is this. I still go back up there sometimes with work trips. That is what scares me more than anything. I went back, even after what happened. The mountain started feeling like home long before I was old enough to pay for my own lift ticket. My parents split when I was 13. It was not an explosive, plate-throwing kind of divorce. It was quieter than that. A lot of closed doors, whispered arguments that stopped whenever I walked into the room. Long stretches where my dad did not come home until after I was supposed to be asleep. One day, there were 3 chairs at the kitchen table. The next week, there were 2. The details blur together now, but what I remember with crystal clarity is that winter. That was the first year my mom decided she was not going to sit in the apartment and cry every weekend. Instead, she threw herself into this idea that if she just kept us moving, kept us out of the house, the cracks would not feel so obvious. Somewhere in there, she remembered that my dad used to ski, and that I'd gone once or twice when I was young and come home sunburned and deliriously happy. She could not fix the marriage, but she could put snow under my feet. So that winter, whenever she had me for the weekend and enough gas in the tank, we drove west. It felt like contraband at first, like we were stealing something that used to belong to the whole family and using it for ourselves. We would leave Denver in the dark, the car heater struggling against the cold, travel mugs of coffee, and hot chocolate wedged between the seats. I would wake up somewhere between Idaho Springs and Georgetown, blinking at the way the highway carved through canyons of rock and pine, the sky just starting to lighten over the ridge lines. Back then, we could not afford the big-name resorts, so we went wherever the deals were. But eventually, one place stuck. It had just enough beginner terrain for my mom and enough steeper runs for me as I got better. They offered discount passes for locals if you bought early. The parking lot was big and messy and always smelled faintly of exhaust and wet fiberglass. Bit by bit, year after year, that specific patch of mountain and asphalt and cheap architecture became the backdrop for almost every good winter memory I had. By the time I was out of high school and my mom did not come along anymore, the routine had changed, but the destination had not. I was working at an auto shop in Denver, a squat brick building off a busy road lined with fast food and pawn shops. My days were 9 to 5, sometimes later, with my hands jammed into engine bays, skin stained black from oil that never quite washed out. There is a particular smell to that job. Hot rubber, gasoline, metal dust, brake cleaner. That seeps into your clothes no matter how careful you are. In the winter, I would stand out back by the dumpster on my lunch break, watching my breath curl in the cold and staring west at the faint line of mountains on the horizon, thinking about snow instead of brake pads. On weeks when the forecast finally called for a decent storm, our group chat would light up. It was always the same pattern. Someone would drop a screenshot of the snow report, 12 inches in 24 hours, maybe more on the way. Then, I-70 this weekend? If 2 people said yes, the rest fell in line. We would juggle schedules, beg for Saturday shifts to be covered, swap Sundays at the shop. By Friday afternoon, we would all just happen to end our days early. I would head home, throw clothes into a duffel without even thinking about it, grab my board from the corner of my living room where it leaned all year like a promise. We always stopped at the same gas station on the way out of town. It sat just off the interstate, the kind of place with flickering fluorescent lights over the pumps and a convenience store that smelled like burnt coffee and freezer frost. Eric would fill the tank while I ran in to grab drinks, the bell over the door jangling as I walked in. There would be a row of construction workers in reflective jackets buying tall boys, a kid warming his hands over the hot dog rollers, the hum of the refrigerated cases loud in the too bright space. I would grab a giant coffee, a bottle of water I would probably forget to drink, and a bag of beef jerky or gas station burritos. Then we would merge onto I-70, the city lights dropping away behind us, the black ribbon of highway unrolling into the mountains. There were 4 of us usually. Eric was the loud one, the kind of guy who would shout, "Send it," from the lift and actually mean it. Double blacks were his favorite, not because he had the technique for them, but because they scared everyone else. He was always chasing speed, always trying to go a little bit bigger than the run before. Tom was the one with the cameras. He had started a YouTube channel in high school and never really stopped, even if the subscriber count never made it past a few thousand. He mounted his GoPro to his helmet at the start of every day and did not take it off until the lifts stopped spinning. Half his clips were just him breathing and cursing into the mic, but the other half were wipeouts, his, ours, strangers, that he edited into montages and uploaded with titles like "We Almost Died on This Run," not clickbait. Luis was the quiet one, the spreadsheet brain. He checked avalanche reports and road closures, bookmarked the resort's lift status page, and knew exactly how long it would take to get from the parking lot to the top of each lift. When a storm rolled in, he was already thinking 2 runs ahead. He was the one who set alarms so we would not miss first chair. The one who made sure we always had chains in the back of the car just in case. And then there was me, somewhere in the middle, pulled between Eric's recklessness and Luisa's caution. I am the one telling this, but back then, I did not feel like the main character in anything. I was just the guy who would worry a little bit out loud and then go along with whatever everyone else decided. I liked the drive, the way the anxiety of the week fell away mile by mile. I liked the first rush of cold air when you stepped out of the car at the resort, how it cut through the smell of exhaust and fast food and made everything feel sharper. In my head, the layout of that place is as familiar as the streets around my apartment now. You turned off the access road into a wide, sloping parking lot, terraced down the hill, rows of cars and trucks jutting out like crooked teeth. At the top end was the main lodge, 3 stories of fake timber and glass, with a balcony where people stood to smoke and take pictures. Inside, the ground floor had the cafeteria with its plastic trays and permanently sticky tables. Upstairs, there was a bar with carpet that had seen too many spilled drinks, neon Bud Light signs glowing over the windows, and televisions bolted to the walls showing whatever game was on that weekend. Off to one side of the main lodge, a narrower path led past the rental shop and the ski school office. If you followed it, you came around the back of the building to where the resort's polished face started to peel away. There were dumpsters, loading docks, metal doors with key card readers, and a little fenced-off area where employees took smoke breaks. The staff-only signs back there were sun-faded and half-covered by snowdrifts most of the time. A couple of those metal gates had chains hanging off them, but most of the time they were just there. Background scenery. Behind the kitchens and maintenance sheds, the mountain dropped off more steeply. That was where you saw the service roads cut into the snow, the tracks from snowcats zigzagging up and down. There were a few narrow openings where those roads met the main runs, usually roped off with flimsy orange fencing. On clear days, you could see the entire network from certain lifts, a shadow version of the resort that only the workers used. The first time I really noticed one of the staff gates was on a late afternoon, a season or 2 before everything happened. The light was going flat, that dull gray that makes it hard to tell where the snow ends and the sky begins. We had just come down a blue run that dropped us near the side of the lodge. As we slid past the back corner, I glanced over and saw 2 men carrying an armful of skis through one of the employees-only doors. They were not rentals. You can tell, once you have been around them long enough. These had custom graphics, fancy bindings, the kind of gear you save up for or get with a pro discount. The men were dressed like any other mountain guys, work pants, jackets with the resort logo. But what caught my eye was the way one of them kept looking up at the pole on the edge of the building. There was a camera mounted there, dome-shaped, pointed out over the public walkway. At that moment, though, it was angled just enough that it did not catch the staff door. The man carrying the skis waited until the other one nodded. Then they both disappeared inside. The door shut behind them with a hollow metallic thud that I felt more than heard through the snow under my boots. I remember thinking, that's weird. Just a passing flicker. Maybe they were taking lost and found gear somewhere. Maybe they were tuning staff skis. There are 100 reasonable explanations if you do not look too closely. I did not. I caught back up with Eric and Tom and Luis, and by the time we reached the lift line, the image had already slid to the back of my mind. Around that same time, a rumor started making the rounds online and in the lift lines. People talking about a week where gear kept going missing at the resort. Not rentals, personal stuff. Boards left in racks outside the bar, skis propped against the lodge while people went inside for lunch. Expensive setups, vanishing. Some of it made it onto local forums, even got a short mention on a Denver news site. Holiday weekend theft spree at popular ski resort. The comments were brutal. Everyone blamed drunk college kids for being careless. We laughed about it too. Sitting in the bar under the blue glow of that Bud Light sign, watching the snow come down outside, Eric would nudge me and nod at the racks near the door. "Hey, maybe someone's running a side hustle," he joked. "Take enough skis, you can move to Florida." Tom edited a clip with a fake title card that said, "Thieves on the Mountain," over footage of us wiping out, and we thought it was the funniest thing ever. Luis shook his head, said something about locking up our boards more, but even he was smiling. We joked about it back then. We thought it was funny. 3 winters ago, the forecast finally lined up the way we always joked about in the group chat, the way it almost never actually does. It was a Wednesday when Luis dropped the screenshot. A big blue blob parked right over the Central Rockies, the little snowflake icons stacked day after day. 12 to 18 inches by Saturday, maybe more overnight. The kind of storm the local news calls a powder lover's dream, before reminding everyone to drive carefully and check their tires. Under the screenshot, he typed, "This is it. Weekend?" Eric was first. I-70 this weekend. No excuses. Tom added a string of fire emojis and a gif of some pro rider launching off a cliff. I stared at the radar for a long second, feeling that old tug in my chest. Outside the shop window in Denver, it was just another gray afternoon. Cars hissing past on wet asphalt, a thin crust of old snow, and road grime shoved up against the curb. My hands smelled like brake cleaner and cheap coffee. "Yeah," I finally wrote, "let's go." By Friday night, the city had started its own version of the storm. Fine, dry flakes drifted past the streetlights as I threw my duffel and board into the back of Eric's SUV. The windows were already fogged from the heater running full blast. I climbed in and was hit with a wall of smells. Fast food grease from the McDonald's bag on the floor. Something musky from the cheap air freshener swinging under the rearview mirror. And that faint, always there scent of wet fabric that clings to every winter car. Eric had the volume on the stereo turned up too loud. Some playlist of old rock and newer stuff with heavy bass. The speakers rattled a little on certain notes. Tom was in the back, messing with his GoPro, checking batteries and memory cards. Luis sat up front, map app already open on his phone, even though we could drive this route in our sleep. The tires slushed through the snow building up in the street as we pulled away from my apartment. Once we hit the on-ramp for I-70, Denver dropped behind us in a smear of orange sodium lights. Ahead, the highway rose toward the first dark shapes of the foothills, and the traffic thickened into that familiar nighttime migration. It is a strange feeling, being part of that river of cars in a snowstorm. Headlights and taillights stretch out in both directions. Red and white beads on a string that loops into the mountains and out of sight. In the mirrors, you can see the glow of other people's lives. SUVs packed with families, pickup trucks with plows on the front, someone's old sedan struggling to keep up. The snow swirls in the beams, making everything feel enclosed, like you are moving inside a tunnel of glitter. Eric turned the music louder as the city fell away, drumming his fingers on the steering wheel, singing half the words and mumbling the rest. The wipers thumped back and forth, squeaking on the upstroke when the glass got too dry. The heater blew hot air at our feet, making the cabin too warm, so the windows fogged and we had to crack them an inch, letting in a line of frigid air. It made the whole car smell like wet rubber and salt. Every time we came around a bend and the road climbed a little more, the brake lights ahead would flare red, a chain reaction of nervous feet tapping pedals. The reflection of those lights on the wet highway made it look like we were driving over blood-dark glass. Outside, the snow on the shoulders built into ridges where plows had already gone through, then kept going, filling back in behind them. We pulled off for gas at the same interstate station we always used, somewhere between the last real Denver suburb and the first real mountain town. The canopy over the pumps glowed stark white, buzzing fluorescent tubes buzzing overhead. Snow had drifted up against the concrete pillars, stained brown at the base where it met the blacktop. The second Eric killed the engine, the car went quiet in that way that makes your ears ring. Then the world outside rushed in. The hiss of tires on the highway, the rumble of a semi-growling past, the wind pushing snow against the side of the SUV with a soft shh. Inside the station, the sliding glass doors opened with a tired electric sigh, followed by that cheerful little ding that every convenience store seems to have. Warm, stale air washed over me, smelling of burnt coffee, fryer oil, and the faint metallic tang of the refrigerator cases. Rows of fluorescent lights hummed overhead, a high background noise that disappeared only if you paid too much attention to it. To my right, the bank of drink coolers clicked and groaned, their glass fogged at the edges. Bottles and cans of soda lined up behind the doors, labels reflecting neon from a lottery sign near the register. At the back of the store, the hot dog rollers turned endlessly, slick tubes of meat glistening under heat lamps, the machine making a quiet ticking sound as it turned. A microwave beeped somewhere out of sight. I grabbed a large styrofoam cup and filled it with coffee that tasted like it had been sitting there since the morning rush. The machine wheezed and sputtered, spitting a few extra drops after I pulled the cup away. I added powdered creamer and sugar from torn packets, stirring with one of those flimsy red straws that collapse if you press too hard. I knew I would drink half of it and then forget it in the cup holder once we hit the steeper climbs. Tom came in behind me, hood up, cheeks red from the cold. He headed straight for the fridges, grabbing an energy drink he did not need and a bottle of water he probably would not touch. Luis hovered by the snack aisle, doing mental math about what we could afford and what would actually fill us up. At the register, the cashier scanned everything with the bored efficiency of someone whose night looks exactly like every other night. The lottery machine chirped. The door dinged again as someone came in out of the storm, stamping snow off their boots. Somewhere above us, the TV mounted in the corner played a weather update on mute, a radar graphic swirling green and blue as a news ticker crawled along the bottom. We piled back into the SUV, the cold air knifing in as the doors opened, fogging our breath. Eric turned the key, and the engine coughed to life, shuddering once before settling into its idle. Headlights carved 2 cones into the falling snow. We pulled back onto the interstate, joining the slow, pulsing stream of cars grinding up into the dark. The farther we got from Denver, the more the world shrank to just what our headlights could reach. Canyon walls closed in on either side as we wound through the passes. Overhead, rock faces loomed black against a cloudy sky. Semi-trucks crawled in the right lane, hazard lights blinking, chains clanking against asphalt. We passed them one by one, the sound of our tires changing from wet hiss to a crunchier noise where snow had packed into grooves. It was late by the time we reached the little town at the base of the resort valley. The streets were half-plowed, storefronts dark except for a few bars and a pizza place with fogged windows. We did not bother stopping. Our cheap motel sat just off the highway, a long, low building with exterior corridors and a flickering vacancy sign that buzzed like an insect. Inside the lobby, the air was too warm, smelling of old carpet and the industrial-strength cleaning products they use when things have been spilled on it that you do not want to think about. The clerk behind the counter barely looked up from his phone as we checked in. The key cards were worn, the edges grimy from 100 other hands. Our room had 2 double beds and a sagging armchair that looked like it had been rescued from a curb somewhere. The carpet was an unidentifiable shade of brown, with darker patches around the door and under the window unit. When I dropped my bag, a little puff of dust rose up, catching in the light from the bedside lamp. The TV was one of those heavy flat screens from 10 years ago, bolted to the dresser. When we turned it on, it defaulted to a local news station. A cheerful anchor was standing in front of a green screen map, showing the very storm we had just driven through. Red circles over the higher elevations with the words, "Heavy Snow Advisory" underneath. Between segments, a commercial for our resort played. Slow pans of groomed runs, kids in bright jackets following an instructor, an aerial shot of the main lodge with "Welcome" flashing on the LED sign out front. The wall-mounted heater under the window rattled when we cranked it up. The fan inside hitting something with a soft, repetitive tick. Cold air seeped in around the frame anyway, making the curtains shiver. Eric threw himself face first onto one of the beds, muffling a shout of triumph into the pillow. Tom set up a charging station on the nightstand, plugging in his phone, his GoPro, his spare batteries. Luis sat on the edge of the other bed, scrolling through the resort snow report one more time, even though nothing had changed since the last time he checked. We slept badly, but that is normal on trip nights. Too much caffeine, too much adrenaline, the constant passing roar of trucks on the highway outside. My dreams were just flashes of headlights and falling snow. The alarm on Luis's phone went off while it was still dark, that shrill default tone slicing through the stale motel air. For a second, lying there staring at the textured ceiling, I could not remember which winter this was, which trip. Then the smell of coffee drifted in from the lobby downstairs, and it all snapped back into place. In the lobby, the complimentary breakfast was exactly what you would expect. A jug of orange juice sweating on a bed of ice, a few bruised bananas, packets of instant oatmeal, and a waffle iron that looked like a lawsuit waiting to happen. The coffee was better than the gas stations, but not by much. People shuffled in and out in various stages of consciousness. Families with kids in cartoon pajamas, a couple of guys in work boots, an older couple in matching fleece jackets. Outside the glass doors, the parking lot was coming alive. trucks and SUVs idling, exhaust curling in the cold. We loaded our gear into the SUV again, breath fogging as we slammed the doors. The sky was just starting to lighten, a soft blue-gray over the mountains. Snow still fell, but lighter now, flakes drifting lazily instead of driving sideways. The drive from the motel to the resort was short, 10, maybe 15 minutes, but it always felt longer on days like that. Each turn, each small rise in the road revealed more of the valley. First the outlines of distant ridges, then the faint glow of floodlights, and finally, as we rounded one last bend and crossed a little bridge over a frozen creek, the full view hit. Spotlights along the lower runs cut upwards through the snow, beams of white stabbing into the dawn. The main lodge sat at the base, like something out of a brochure, windows lit, smoke or steam rising from vents on the roof. The big LED sign at the entrance flashed alternating messages, "Welcome," in bright blue. Then, "Chains required on passes," in orange. Then the resort logo, with a little cartoon snowflake spinning in the corner. Eric whistled low. "Look at that. It's dumping up there." We turned into the main access road, following a line of cars already forming. The official parking lot attendants in their reflective vests waved people toward the big lower lots, where buses would shuttle them up to the lodge. Eric, as always, was looking for a closer spot. "Let's swing around the back," he said. "Maybe we'll get lucky." We peeled off from the main flow, heading toward the side of the lodge where delivery trucks came and went. The pavement back there was more packed snow than asphalt, tire ruts frozen into ridges. We rolled past the dumpsters and the loading dock, past the staff entrance where a couple of employees in logo jackets were sharing a cigarette under the overhang. That is when I saw the truck. It was a white pickup parked nose in beside one of the maintenance sheds, just beyond a staff-only sign half buried in snow. The shed itself was a squat building with a roll-up metal door and a smaller side door with a keycard reader. A single exterior light over the door cast a pale circle onto the ground, glinting off the frost on the truck's windshield. The engine was running. You could tell by the way the exhaust puffed steadily from the tailpipe, hanging in the cold air like a ghost of breath. The license plate on the back was crusted with ice and road grime, so dirty you could not read the numbers, just see the faint outline of the state. A man stood beside the truck, leaned back against the bed, one boot propped on the bumper. He had a hood up and a beanie pulled low under it, gloved hand cupped around a cigarette that glowed orange each time he took a drag. As we crept past, his head turned just enough that I knew he had seen us. For a second, the light above the door caught the lower half of his face, stubble, the line of his jaw. And then he turned away, exhaling a cloud of smoke into the dark. "Probably a plow guy," Eric said, not even looking, focused on the patch of snow-packed asphalt where he hoped a spot would magically appear. "Yeah," I said, tearing my eyes away from the truck, from the way the exhaust plume lingered longer than it should have. "Probably." And then he found a space, and we pulled in, and we started thinking about boots and boards and first chair. We forgot about the white pickup for a little while. Mornings at the resort all sound the same, no matter what year it is. By the time we had our boots on and our passes scanned, the base area was already awake. The sky above the valley was a flat, pale gray, but the lower slopes glowed under the floodlights, little trails of people snaking down toward the lifts. The PA system crackled overhead, a burst of static before a too cheerful voice announced something about conditions on the upper mountain. Then the music kicked in. Some classic rock track they had probably been playing on a loop since before I was born. It bled out of the speakers, bolted to the lodge walls, mixed with the clatter of gear and the barked instructions of ski school instructors trying to corral kids in neon bibs. The rental shop doors were propped open, warm air and the smell of melted snow spilling out. Inside, I could see a line of people shuffling forward in thick socks, filling out forms, holding numbered tags in their hands. The racks behind the counter were already missing half their skis. A mechanic in a grease-stained apron fed another pair into a binding machine. The metallic thunk carrying out into the cold every time he stomped on the pedal. We did not need to go in there. Our boards and skis were already waxed and tuned, edges sharpened, waiting in the back of the SUV like dogs at the door. We shouldered them and joined the flow of bodies toward the main lift, boots thudding on the frozen ground, buckles clicking. Every breath came out as a little puff of steam, vanishing into the air as quickly as it appeared. My fingers ached inside my gloves. That stiff, biting kind of cold you only get on real storm days. The line for first chair stretched back and forth between those plastic poles and nylon ropes they set up to keep things from turning into a mob. People shuffled forward in bursts, moving 3 steps, stopping, moving 3 steps again. Boards bumped the backs of skis. Somebody's pole poked me in the calf. A kid dropped a mitten and started crying when he could not find it. The lift attendants stood in their little hut, sipping from travel mugs, scanning passes one after the other, with that dead-eyed efficiency of people who know they're about to repeat the same motion several thousand times before lunch. "Dude, look at that," Eric said, craning his neck to stare up the mountain. "Chair 9 is spinning. We're hitting that as soon as we warm up." He pointed with his gloved hand toward a higher lift off to the right, barely visible through the falling snow. I followed his gaze, but it was hard to make out anything beyond the nearest runs. The storm had not stopped overnight. It had just softened, flakes drifting down in a steady curtain that blurred the trees into dark smudges. Tom was already filming. He had strapped his GoPro to the side of his helmet this time, fiddling with the angle using his phone as a makeshift viewfinder. "I'm thinking a little lower," he muttered, tilting his head this way and that. "I want more board in the frame. People like seeing the nose cut the snow. Makes them feel like they're there." Luis rolled his eyes, but did not comment. He had his trail map folded and tucked into a clear pocket on his sleeve, even though, again, he already knew it by heart. That was just who he was. If there was a system, he wanted to use it. The line jerked forward again, and suddenly we were at the front, standing on the painted line in the snow. The lift swung toward us, chairs hanging from the cable like empty swings. The attendant held up 3 fingers, then 4, counting us off as if we might forget how many we were. The bar clanged against the back of my knees as the chair scooped us up, and then we were off the ground, boards and skis dangling over the churned-up snow below. The sound of the base area dropped away almost immediately. Up there, all you could really hear was the lift itself. The low whir of the engine, the rhythmic creak as the cable ran over the towers, the occasional rattle when the chair hit a joint in the line. The wind hissed softly against my hood. Every few seconds, the chair ahead of us would swing slightly, adding a faint metallic squeak to the soundtrack. My breath rose in front of my face in little clouds, catching the light before disappearing. The air had that sharp, clean smell you only get in the mountains after a storm, a mix of cold and pine, and something almost metallic. Below us, the slope fell away in a wide white sheet. Fresh tracks from the earliest riders carved graceful S-shapes into the surface, already being filled in by the continuing snow. Eric leaned forward as far as the safety bar allowed, scanning the terrain like a general surveying a battlefield. "See that?" he said, nodding toward a steeper pitch off to the side where the grooming ended and a scatter of rocks poked through. "That's the double black off chair 7. It's gonna be insane later. Maybe warm up on something you're actually likely to survive first," Louise said, deadpan. "I survived it last year. You cartwheeled half the run and almost took out that ski school class." "They were fine." Eric grinned, then jabbed a thumb at Tom. "We got the footage." Tom laughed, his voice muffled by his neck gaiter. "Yeah, that crash is still my highest viewed short. People love watching you eat it." They bickered lightly, the sound of their voices oddly small in the open air. I let the conversation wash over me and looked down. From this angle, you could see more of the resort's underbelly. Not just the pretty, groomed runs, but the places in between. Off to the left, between two main trails, a narrow strip of snow was cordoned off with bright orange fencing. A sign on a post read, "Staff access only," in big black letters. Behind the fence, a cat track cut across the slope, disappearing into the trees. The snow on it was ridged and uneven from the heavy treads of machinery, and no one was riding it. Luis followed my gaze. "What are they hiding back there?" he asked, half joking. "Secret powder stash," Eric said immediately, "for the chosen ones." "Snowcat parking," Tom offered, "or a portal to Narnia. Could go either way." I shrugged, but I found myself looking at the little access road longer than I should have. There was something about any place marked "Staff Only" that triggered a tiny curiosity, like seeing a locked drawer in someone else's house. You know you should not care, but part of you still wonders what is inside. The chair swayed as we passed a tower, the wheels above us squealing in protest. For a moment, the cable seemed to flatten out against the gray sky, and I felt my stomach dip in that way it always did at certain spots on certain lifts, as if we were about to drop. Somewhere behind us, on the next chair, up the line, two voices drifted forward, carried by a shift in the wind. I would not have noticed if they had been laughing or talking about football or weekend plans like everyone else, but there was something in the tone, low, irritated, that made the words stand out. "Told him the cameras on the backside are still out," one said. "They better fix that feed before next weekend or we're screwed." "Yeah, well, IT said it's a wiring thing," the other replied. "We're lucky nobody's raising hell about it. Just don't mention it on the radio." The sounds blurred together after that as the wind gusted, snatching the rest away. I remember glancing at Luis to see if he had heard, but he was looking down at the trails, following his own mental map. Eric and Tom were already arguing about whether they should hit the terrain park or a tree run first. So I did what I always did with stray pieces of information that did not seem to apply to me. I filed it away in that vague part of my brain labeled "not my problem" and let it sink. Up ahead, the line of chairs curved around the top terminal. The lift slowed with a hydraulic sigh. The attendant at the summit, face hidden behind wraparound goggles and a balaclava, held up a gloved hand, signaling us to raise the bar. Our skis and boards scraped the unloading ramp as we slid off. knees bending automatically to absorb the change. The snow up here was softer, deeper. You could feel the difference immediately. We pushed ourselves forward, gliding away from the lift toward the edge of the first run. Down below, the resort spread out like a map, runs branching off in every direction, streaks of color marking where people moved against the white. To the side, half hidden behind a cluster of lodge buildings and the top of a service road, I caught a different kind of movement. A group of employees in dark jackets were wrestling with a heavy metal door set into the back of one of the structures just off the main run. It took two of them to pull it fully closed, their boots digging into the packed snow. When it slammed shut, the sound carried farther than it should have in the thin air. A hollow, ringing clang that cut through the murmur of the mountain. One of the men stepped back and reached up to adjust his hood. For a second before he turned, the logo on the front of his hoodie caught my eye. It was the resort's emblem, same as on 100 other pieces of clothing around us. But the cut and color of the sweatshirt were familiar in a way I could not place right then. A dark shape, worn at the cuffs, with a particular slouch to the shoulders. He looked up, just briefly, in the direction of the lift we had just gotten off. From this distance, I could not see his face, only the outline of his head against the light snow. Then he tugged the hood further forward, turned away, and followed the others down a narrow path that disappeared behind the building. Eric had already dropped in, shouting something incoherent as he carved his first line into the untracked side of the run. Tom pushed off after him, camera already rolling. Luis tapped his pole against my board to get my attention. "You coming? Or are you going to stand there being weird?" he asked. I forced a laugh, shook off the faint prickle of unease that had crawled up the back of my neck, and pointed myself downhill. The mountain felt like home. The systems, the staff, the gates and cameras, they were all just part of the scenery. At least that is what I told myself as I followed my friends into the snow. Days like that trick you. The mountain gives you everything first, all at once, until you start to believe it cannot possibly take anything back. After that first run, the morning blurred into a series of perfect descents. The storm that had threatened to bury the highways the night before had turned into exactly the kind of snow everyone dreams about. Light, dry powder that billowed around our legs, filling in our tracks almost as fast as we could lay them down. The sky never fully cleared, but the clouds thinned just enough that pale sunlight leaked through, turning the flakes into slow-falling sparks whenever you looked up. The trees along the sides of the runs stood heavy with snow, their branches bent under the weight, needles crusted in white. On some stretches, the forest pressed close, the trunks of the pines rising like dark pillars out of a floor of untouched snow. On others, the slope opened out into broad faces where you could see lines from the people ahead of you, long sweeping S-turns carved into the surface, some tight and technical, some loose and playful. Every time I dropped in, the world narrowed to the sound of my own edges cutting into the snow. It is a strange, satisfying noise. Not quite a hiss, not quite a scrape. A thin, steady shh, shh, shh that vibrates up through your boots and into your knees. When the snow is right, the board feels less like something strapped to your feet and more like an extension of whatever decision your body makes. Lean a little more, and the nose dips into deeper stuff, sending a cloud of powder up around your shins. Ease off, and you float. Voices from other riders came and went on the wind, a whoop of joy from somewhere above, a shouted warning as someone shot past too close, laughter echoing up from a pile of people where someone had wiped out in a spot too soft to get hurt. Chairlift pulleys creaked and groaned overhead, a constant reminder that there was a whole machine behind all of this beauty, keeping everything moving. Tom kept falling. Even on his good days, he ate snow more than any of us, not because he was worse, but because he was always trying to get one more shot at just the right angle. Late morning, on a blue run that cut through a stand of trees, he decided he wanted a close-up of Eric hitting a side hit at full speed. "Okay, go a little ahead of me," he yelled, adjusting his helmet as he followed. "I'm gonna swing out and come in low when you pop." Eric, naturally, went faster than he said he would. When he launched off the little lip at the side of the trail, Tom was still lining up his shot. I saw the whole thing from a few yards back. Eric in the air, board tipped sideways, snow spraying behind him. And Tom, crouched too low, too close, turning his head at the wrong second. Eric landed almost on top of him. Tom's board skipped out, his knees buckled, and the GoPro captured a glorious second and a half of sky, snow, Eric's boot, and then nothing but white as Tom rolled, laughing and cursing into his mic. By the time I pulled up, the two of them were a tangled mess of limbs and boards, both howling with laughter. Luis shook his head when he caught up, adjusting his goggles. "You're going to break that camera before you ever break a bone," he said. "That's the goal," Tom replied, still grinning, patting the GoPro like it was a pet. "Cameras are cheaper." At the next lift line, Eric tried to flirt with a woman about our age, her helmet dangling from her hand, goggles pushed up onto a knit beanie. She smirked at his jokes and then casually slid away to join the single rider line when the chance came, leaving him mid-sentence. "Brutal," I said, laughing as we shuffled forward. "Shut up," he muttered, though he was smiling. Plenty of runs left. Luis, meanwhile, had switched into full logistics mode. Every time we stopped at the top of a run, he would pull his glove halfway off, tug the trail map out of its pocket, and trace potential routes with a bare finger. "If we hit this backside bowl now, we can loop back to Chair 9 before the wind shuts it down," he said at one point. "Then we swing under the high speed and drop into the trees before everyone else figures it out." "You sound like you're running a military operation," Tom said. "It's a mountain operation," Luis answered. "You want waste or efficiency?" We chose efficiency. Run after run, the day unfolded perfectly. No lost gear, no twisted knees, no long lift stoppages with chairs swinging in the wind. Even the crowded spots flowed better than usual, people spreading out across a dozen different ways, down instead of stacking up on the same three. It felt like the resort itself was in a good mood, like the mountain was actually on our side. By the time our legs started to ache and our thighs burned at the end of every run, the hands on my watch were creeping toward noon. The clouds had thinned even more, and from certain angles you could see a faint disk of sun pressing through, turning the snow into something almost too bright to look at without squinting. The air had warmed just enough that ice crystals on the lifts began to drip, tiny beads of water freezing again as soon as they hit the bars and seats. We decided to head back to the main lodge for food. The path there took us past the mid-mountain restaurant and down a series of more crowded blues, where families zigzagged side by side and ski school ducklings followed instructors in perfect lines. At the very end, as the slope flattened out toward the base, the snow turned to that churned up mess of powder, ice chunks, and ski tracks that always appears near the bottom of busy runs. Our boards and skis chattered over it, edges searching for something solid to bite into. Until finally, the slope gave way to the flat staging area by the lifts. Inside the lodge, warmth and noise hit us like a wall. The cafeteria level was packed, long wooden tables crammed with people in various states of undress, jackets draped over chairs, gloves and helmets piled in damp heaps. The air was thick with the smell of food that was never meant to be good, just filling. Grease from French fries and burgers, tomato tang from heat lamp pizza slices, their cheese rubbery and shining, the sour edge of spilled soda and beer soaking into the floor. Somewhere behind the counter, a fryer hissed and popped. A soda fountain sputtered, disgorging foam into a cup as a kid pushed too hard on the lever. Above it all, mounted near the ceiling, a row of televisions showed a college basketball game. The sound was down, but you could see the players sprinting back and forth, the crowd behind them rising and falling in waves. A scrolling ticker at the bottom announced other scores and weather alerts. For a second, my eyes caught on a crawl about winter storm warning extended through Sunday for high country, and I felt a small thrill. More snow, more runs, more of this. We grabbed food from the line. Pizza for Eric, a burger for Tom, fries, and a cup of soup for Luis, whatever was left that looked least like it had been sitting for 3 hours for me. We found a sliver of space at the end of a table already occupied by a family with 3 kids, their trays cluttered with half-eaten chicken tenders and crushed ketchup packets. We ate fast, the way you do when you know your legs will stiffen if you sit too long. My stomach welcomed the heat, even if the taste was nothing special. Around us, conversations blended into a low roar. People recounting falls, debating which run was best, planning the afternoon. The ice machine behind the beverage station dumped a load into its bin with a clatter that made several people jump. The big glass front fridge near the bar hummed, the fan inside rattling whenever its compressor kicked on. When I stood up, the room shifted a little under me. It was not dramatic. The floor did not tilt. The walls did not move. It was more like a half second where my body seemed to forget which way was up. My vision tightened at the edges, tunneling for just a moment, and then widened again. My heartbeat thumped hard once or twice in my throat. I put a hand on the back of my chair until my legs remembered how to be legs. "You good?" Luis asked, looking up from his phone. "Yeah," I said, forcing a small laugh. "Just stood up too fast. Should have slept more last night. Too much caffeine." Caffeine is life," Eric said through a mouthful of crust. "You're fine." I nodded, but as I turned to toss my trash, I caught sight of the bar at the other end of the room. It was set off from the cafeteria by a half wall and a change in flooring, carpet instead of tile. Neon beer signs glowed over its back counter, their colors washed out by daylight coming in through the windows. Bottles lined the shelves, backlit by strips of LED light. For a second, I could have sworn someone behind the bar was looking directly at me, not just glancing around the room, but watching. A man in a dark hoodie with the resort logo on the chest, head slightly tilted, face shadowed by the brim of a cap. His hands were busy polishing a glass, but his eyes, or what I could see of them from across the room, seemed fixed on our table. I blinked, shifted my stance to get a clearer view, and in that fraction of a second, someone moved between us. A server carrying a tray of drinks, a kid running past. When the path cleared again, The man I thought I had seen was gone. In his place was the usual bartender, a woman I half recognized from other trips, her hair in a tight ponytail, moving with the efficient speed of someone who had memorized every bottle's location years ago. "Come on," Tom said, nudging me with his tray as he squeezed past. "Mountain's not going to wait." "Yeah," I murmured, pushing the weird, weightless feeling back down where I kept most of my unease. "I'm coming." We worked our way through the crowd toward the exit. The doors stood open to the base area, letting in strips of cold air that made the people closest to them hunch into their jackets. On the wall beside the doors, there was a big corkboard covered in flyers and announcements, lost and found notices, ski school schedules, a poster for a local band playing at one of the bars in town that night. Mixed in with the colorful papers was a plain white sheet, printed in black block letters. It was tacked up crookedly, one corner already curling. The heading at the top read, "Reminder, no unauthorized guiding. All incidents must be reported." Underneath, smaller text I could not make out from where I stood. I might have walked right past it if Luis had not paused to adjust his gloves. My eyes snagged on the words, "No unauthorized guiding," without really understanding why they made something in my stomach tighten. Before I could step closer to read the rest, a man in a resort jacket brushed between us. He was carrying a crate of condiments in both hands, but he still managed to free one to reach up and yank the notice off the board in one quick motion. The thumbtack popped free and pinged softly off the tile. He glanced at the paper, then at us. Our eyes met for a second. His expression was neutral, polite, the standard worker nod for, "Excuse me." "Maintenance," he said, almost as if he had to explain it. "Old memo." He folded the page once, twice, then tucked it into the deep pocket of his jacket and kept walking toward the staff door at the end of the hall. "Let's go," Eric said, already outside, board under his arm. "Snow's not getting any fresher." The cold hit my face as I stepped through the doorway. Behind me, the sounds of the lodge, the TVs, the ice machine, the indistinct roar of voices, muffled and then sealed away as the heavy door swung closed. Out in the open air, with the wind brushing ice crystals against my cheeks, and the mountain spread out in front of us, it was easy to pretend that sign had not said anything important at all. Afternoons on big storm days always feel a little different. The mountain starts to empty out in ways you do not really notice until you stop and look around. Families peel off toward the lodge, kids crying from exhaustion or cold. Beginners call it quits after one too many falls. The diehards stay though. The people like us who think sore legs and burning lungs are just part of getting what you came for. By early afternoon, the snow had changed again. It was not the dry, feathery powder of the morning anymore. The constant traffic had packed it down on the main runs, turning the surface into a mix of soft bumps and slick patches where boards and skis had polished it to a shine. Off to the sides, though, where fewer people went, the snow was still deep and forgiving. That was where Eric aimed us. "Let's burn what we've got left," he said at the top of a steep black that dropped away under a narrow ridge. The wind had picked up, cutting across the exposed spine, tugging at jackets and helmets. My legs protested as I pointed my board down after him, but the rest of me did not care. There is a kind of good pain that comes with pushing through the end of a day like that, a reminder that you are alive in a very physical way, that your body still belongs to you and knows what to do, even when it is tired. The pitch steepened quickly. The world funneled down to a series of quick, aggressive turns. Each time I shifted my weight, the board bit into the snow, throwing up little waves that slapped against my shins. My thighs burned, but there was a groove to it, a rhythm. Left, right, left. Breath in, breath out. The only sounds were the scrape of edges, the occasional grunt from someone catching a bump wrong, and the wind tearing at the edges of my hood. Halfway down, the run narrowed. A line of thin bamboo poles with bright orange ribbon divided the groomed trail from the ungroomed trees. Beyond the ribbon, the forest dropped away sharply, untouched snow between tight pines. It looked incredible and dangerous in the wrong conditions. Today, with the storm still lingering and visibility shifting, it was firmly in the wrong category. That did not stop Eric. He carved a little too hard toward the rope line, spraying snow over it, then bounced back, laughing. Another turn, a little closer. His board nipped at the boundary, tail sliding just under the ribbon before popping back onto the safe side. "Dude," Luis called, his voice edged with actual concern. "Knock it off." "Relax," Eric shouted back over his shoulder. "I know what I'm doing." The next bump came up sooner than he expected. His front edge bit, his balance pitched forward, and suddenly he was skidding sideways, bored fully under the drooping orange ribbon. For one horrible second, I thought he was going to sail right off the lip into the trees, a bright jacket disappearing in a silent spray of white. He caught himself, at the last instant, slamming his weight into a desperate heel-side turn. The board chattered, then miraculously grabbed. Snow exploded around him as he lurched back over the line, spraying deep fluff into the ungroomed section, his body twisting, arms windmilling. He ended up falling anyway, slamming down on his side on the safe side of the rope. From somewhere upslope, a sharp, amplified voice cut through the wind. "Stay inside the markers." We all looked up. A ski patroller in a red jacket with a white cross on the back had stopped higher up, off to the side. He had a handheld loudspeaker pressed to his mouth, goggles reflecting us as anonymous, misbehaving shapes. His tone was not friendly. Eric raised a hand from where he lay. A half wave, half acknowledgement. "Sorry," he yelled, though I doubted the patroller heard him over the wind. Tom coasted to a stop nearby, already pulling off a glove to check his camera. "Please tell me you got that," Eric said, laughing breathlessly as he struggled to sit up. "That's thumbnail material right there." "You're an idiot," Luis said, even as he reached down to help Eric to his feet. "You know that, right?" "Yeah," Eric replied, grinning, brushing snow off his jacket. "But I'm a talented idiot." We regrouped lower down, where the run flattened out a little and split into a few different options. Off to the right, the trail dropped back toward the main frontside lifts. To the left, a narrower path climbed slightly before curving out of sight around the shoulder of the mountain. We took the left. It was the kind of connector trail that does not show up prominently on the map, more suggestion than destination. The snow here was less churned, only a few tracks cutting through. Trees grew closer to the edges, their branches leaning in overhead. The wind quieted for a stretch, blocked by the terrain, leaving only the sound of our own movement and the occasional creak from weighted branches. Eventually, the path crested a small rise and opened out onto a viewpoint. From there, the land fell away behind the main ridge, revealing a different face of the mountain. It was not part of the pretty picture you saw from the parking lot or the marketing videos. This side was rougher, more utilitarian. Below us, a broad strip of snow cut diagonally across the slope. A service road carved by cats, leading to and from some cluster of buildings hidden by trees farther down. Tracks from heavy machinery had chewed the surface up into ridges and grooves, now softened by fresh snow. There were no skiers, no snowboarders, no lift towers, just empty white and the dark, hunched shapes of maintenance sheds in the middle distance. A metal gate, twin to the ones we had seen behind the lodge, stood at the edge of the viewpoint, separating the marked run from the service route. A sign bolted to it read, again, "Staff access only." The gate was closed, but the snow piled up against its base suggested it had been opened recently, the pattern disturbed by something larger than a person. Eric slid up next to it and peered over. "Bet locals have a name for that chute," he said, nodding toward a steep, unmarked pitch that dropped away from the far side of the road, a narrow ribbon of snow between trees and rocks. From here, it looked untouched. "Yeah," Luis said. "The name is Lawsuit." Tom aimed his GoPro out over the edge, panning slowly to capture the view. "You know," he said, "if you just cut the staff-only signs out of the frame, this would look like a secret paradise. Just us and all that." I leaned on my board and looked. Really looked. The sky above this side of the mountain was darker. Clouds had thickened, lowering, turning the light a muted, washed-out color that made it hard to distinguish contours in the snow. The wind that reached us here carried a bite it had not had on the front side. A colder, more open kind of chill, like nothing was breaking its path. Far away, toward the main base area, the PA system crackled to life again. The sound reached us faintly, the words too muffled to understand at first, like a radio in another room. Then a gust of wind carried the end of the announcement clearly enough. "Last chair at 4 p.m. on all upper mountain lifts. Repeat, last chair at 4 p.m. I glanced at my watch. Somehow, the day had slipped away while we were too busy enjoying it. It was already after 2. "We've got maybe 2 hours," Luis said, always doing the math out loud. "Enough for, what, 3, 4 more, if we don't waste time?" "4," Eric insisted. "And the last one's got to be big." We had this tradition, unspoken at first, then gradually cemented into ritual. No matter how many runs we got in a day, the last one had to be something special. Harder than we probably had energy for, a little outside our comfort zone. A send-off, a way of telling ourselves we had not left anything on the table. "Last run's gotta be stupid," Eric said, echoing that logic now. "Otherwise it doesn't count." "Maybe stupid is not the best metric," I said, but my heart was already beating faster at the thought. "We could just pick a good tree run." Luis unfolded his map again, gloved fingers tracing our options. Tree run off chair 9, then drop to the backside bowl, then cut across to the park for Eric's ego, he said. "That gets us back to the main side with time to spare for one more. Maybe hit that black under the high speed for the finale." "Perfect," Tom said. "We'll call it the Greatest Hits Tour." "Last run on the black under the high speed," Eric repeated, like he was making a pact. "No bailing early." We stood there for another minute, the 4 of us at the edge of the marked world, looking out over the part of the mountain that was not for us. The boundary was right there, a few pieces of metal tubing, a sign, and an invisible line in our heads between what was allowed and what was off limits. The wind picked up again, tugging at the staff access only sign, making the metal gate vibrate just enough to squeak. The sound was small, but it cut through the silence in a way I did not like. I turned away from the view, suddenly eager to be moving again, to put this odd, quiet spot behind us. We dropped back in, following Luis's plan. The next runs were fast and intense, just the way we liked them. The double black under the high-speed lift loomed closer in my mind with every chair we took. The idea of that final push anchoring the rest of the afternoon. At some point, the sun disappeared completely behind the thickening clouds, and the light went flat. Shadows softened, edges blurred. The snow under our feet felt a little heavier now, chopped up by all the traffic. Each turn took just a bit more effort than it had that morning. Somewhere between lifts, as we cut back toward the base area to loop around for what we agreed would be our last ascent, crowds thinned even more. People were heading in, answering the PA's earlier warning about last chairs. The babble of conversation near the bottom of the runs took on a different tone. Tired satisfaction, clattering gear, the occasional cranky child meltdown. We glided past the bar we had eaten beneath at lunch. From the outside, it looked inviting. Warm light spilling through the windows, silhouettes of people leaning on high-top tables, beer glasses catching the glow of neon signs. The smell of fries and spilled beer drifted out every time someone opened the door to step onto the deck. As we made our way toward the lift line, weaving through clusters of people clicking out of their bindings, something on the periphery of my vision tugged at me. Up on the wooden deck that wrapped around the lodge, near the railing overlooking the base area, a man stood alone. He wore a dark hoodie with the resort logo on the chest. No helmet, no hat. His hood was up, partially shadowing his face, but I could see the pale stripe of his jaw, the dark stubble along his cheeks. He leaned against the railing in a casual way, one foot hooked on the lower bar, hands tucked into the front pocket of his hoodie. He was not watching the sunset. There was none to watch, just a uniform gray sky. He was not looking at the people going in and out of the bar either. He was looking down at us, at me. It is amazing how many eyes can pass over you in a ski resort without leaving any impression at all. People glance, nod, scan, and forget. This was not that. Even from a distance, even through my goggles, I felt the weight of his gaze, steady and deliberate. It did not flinch when I looked back. For a long second, we held eye contact. The sounds of the base area, the scrape of skis, the murmur of voices, the occasional shout, seemed to fade into the background hum of the lift machinery. All I could hear clearly was the drumming of my own heart and the faint rattle of the chairlift cable overhead. Then he moved. Not much. Just a small shift of his shoulders as he pushed off from the railing, straightened, and turned toward the nearest door. The motion broke whatever thread had been strung between us. He reached for the handle of a plain metal door set into the side of the building, the kind you do not notice unless you are looking for it. A sign beside it read, "Employees Only." He opened it without knocking, without scanning anything, and disappeared inside. The door shut behind him with a dull, final sound that the wind somehow carried all the way down to where we stood. "Last run, boys," Eric said beside me, unaware of any of this. "You ready?" I forced my gaze away from the now closed door, from the blank face of the building it vanished into. "Yeah," I said, stepping into the corral for the lift. "Last run." By 3:30, maybe closer to 3:40, The mountain had taken most of what it was going to get from our legs. Every turn on that last black under the high-speed lift felt like it was being carved with the last few inches of a dying battery. When we slid into the runout at the bottom, hearts pounding, thighs burning, Eric raised his poles like he had just finished a race, but his grin was tired around the edges. "Bar?" Tom said, already coasting toward the lodge. "One beer, then last run for real." "One," Luis repeated pointedly. "We still have to get down in one piece." The bar sat at the foot of the main slope, tucked into the side of the lodge. We had passed it a dozen times that day, its windows glowing warm against the gray afternoon, silhouettes of people leaning over tables inside. From the outside, it looked like every ski bar anywhere, just enough rough wood and neon to make it feel authentic. The door resisted for a second when I pulled it open, snow-packed against the threshold, then gave way with a heavy thunk. Warmth hit us instantly. The air inside was thick and humid from wet clothes and human bodies and whatever they were cooking in back. My goggles fogged so fast, I had to shove them up onto my helmet. Blue neon Bud Light signs buzzed above the bar, the light flickering just slightly, like they were on a dimmer that someone kept nudging. One of them was shaped like a mountain range, its peaks glowing the color of a gas flame. Behind the bar top, glass front beer coolers lined the wall, their fans humming. Every time the compressor kicked on, there was a low, throaty vibration that you could feel more than hear. Somewhere under the counter, a glass washer hissed and sighed. I could see the bartender feeding pint glasses into its open maw in smooth practice motions. In, rack slides, door down, the vague rushing sound of hot water and chemicals. Door up, steam and sanitizer smell puffing out. The whole place had its own layered scent. Grease from the kitchen, fries and wings and whatever else they could dump into oil and sell for too much, mingled with the mineral bite of melted snow off jackets and pants. Underneath that lingered the plasticky tang of cheap sanitizer that had been sprayed on tables so many times it had seeped into the wood. When someone walked past, their jacket brushed my arm and left behind a cold, damp smell of snow and sweat. We found a high-top table near one of the big windows that looked out over the base area. Through the glass, the world outside was a shifting field of white and color. People shuffled around in ski boots, boards tucked under arms, kids chasing each other between racks of equipment, trucks and SUVs idled in the drive-up lane, hazard lights blinking amber, exhaust drifting in slow plumes. From a speaker mounted above the patio, a country song played just loud enough to be heard when the bar's own noise dipped, the vocalist drawling about back roads and winter nights. A server came by, pad in hand, expression that tight mix of friendliness and exhaustion that comes with the end of a long shift. "4?" she asked. "4," Luis said. "Just 4 light beers, whatever's cheapest on tap." She nodded and moved off. Behind her, the bar's TV screens showed a hockey game and some sports talk show. The sound was mostly drowned out by conversation, bursts of laughter, the clack of pool balls from a corner table, the scrape of chairs on the worn carpet. Somewhere, a bottle dropped and rolled, the clinking sound rising briefly above everything else. We peeled our gloves and helmets off, setting them in a damp pile on the table. My hair was flattened and damp with sweat under my beanie. My face felt hot in a way that had nothing to do with the room temperature, flushed from exertion and the sudden contrast between cold and warmth. "Today was insane," Eric said, leaning back on his stool, stretching his legs out as far as his boots would let him. That last hit under the high speed, I swear I caught more air than I ever have. Yeah, and then you almost sat down in the trees, Tom said, grinning. I'm going to slow-mo that frame. You're going to look like you're about to cry. Louise smirked, more relaxed now that we were temporarily off the snow. We've got one more in us, he said. Then we call it. I'm not trying to drive home in the dark on completely dead legs. Our beers arrived. 4 plastic cups filled with something pale and foamy that tasted like cold, slightly metallic nothing. It did not matter. The first swallow went down like water after a long run. Easy. Welcome. Tricking my body into thinking it was getting what it really needed. We clinked cups together out of habit. To not dying, Tom said. To last runs, Eric added. I drank, feeling the beer settle warm in my mostly empty stomach. Outside, the light was dimming. The overhead lamps along the lower runs had already flickered on, their beams cutting long lines into the snow. The day was starting to turn into evening, the mountain trading one personality for another. Hey, someone said behind me, loud enough to cut through the noise but casual, like they had been waiting for the right moment to step into the conversation. You guys ride that double black off chair 9? Saw you bombing it like you owned it. I turned, half expecting another group of weekend warriors looking to talk gear or brag about their own runs. Instead, I saw 3 people standing just behind our table, close enough to be friendly. Not so close, it felt intrusive. The one who had spoken stood in the middle. He wore a dark hoodie with the resort logo on the chest, the same one I had seen out on the deck earlier. Up close, I could see his face more clearly. He was in his late 30s, maybe early 40s, with a full, well-kept beard that had a few strands of gray in it. His nose was slightly crooked, like it had been broken once, and healed not quite straight. There were faint lines at the corners of his eyes, the kind you get from squinting in sun and wind. Around his neck hung a lanyard with a plastic pass holder clipped to it. The holder was turned just enough that I could not see the photo clearly, only a blur of color and the resort logo near the top. A sticker, bright, with some slogan I did not fully register, covered part of it, obscuring the bottom half of the ID. On his left stood a younger guy, early 20s, maybe. His rental skis were propped against his calf, tips crossed casually. His cheeks were still red from the cold, dark hair flattened where his helmet had been before. He wore a resort-branded soft-shell jacket, the kind staff sometimes got, but that you could also buy if you had more money than sense. On the other side was a woman, early 20s as well, maybe a little older, with blonde hair pulled back into a low ponytail. She still had her ski pants and boots on, but her helmet hung from one hand, goggles pushed up on top of it. Her other hand rested lightly on the back of a chair, fingers tapping an idle rhythm along the worn wood. Her eyes moved over our table, taking in each of us in turn, like she was cataloging us. Yeah, Eric said immediately, sitting up a little straighter. That was us. You see that little drop near the bottom? I sent that, man. The bearded guy laughed, a short, low sound. I did, he said, looked clean from where I was standing. Most people slow way down there. You didn't. That's because most people are cowards, Eric said, grinning. This is Eric, Tom cut in, rolling his eyes. He thinks gravity doesn't apply to him. The man shifted his attention to the rest of us. I'm Mike, he said. nodding once in a way that felt almost formal. "Work around here. Seen you guys on a couple lifts today. You ride hard." Tom said, tapping his chest. "Luis, and that's..." He jerked his chin toward me, letting me fill in the blank. I gave my name, feeling Mike's eyes on me with a weight that did not match the lightness of his tone. "Nice to meet you," he said. "This is Tyler and Brooke." The younger guy lifted 2 fingers in a lazy salute, the kind of half-wave people give when they have not yet decided if they care about the conversation. Brooke smiled, slow and practiced, like she had done it 100 times today and knew exactly how much teeth to show. "You guys picked a good day to come up," Mike went on. "Snow like this doesn't hit this side of the ridge too often. You hit the bowl off chair 7 yet? Or that little stash off the backside of 9? He rattled off trail names and local nicknames with ease, mixing official labels from the map with slang I had only ever seen in forum threads. He talked about wind direction, where the snow tended to drift, which lifts ran slower on storm days. It was the kind of knowledge you only got from spending a lot of time on one mountain, either as a die-hard regular or as staff. "We've been chasing his schedule," Luis said, nodding toward Eric. "He likes pain." "Pain means you're doing it right," Eric said. Mike chuckled. "Couldn't agree more," he said. "You guys staying in town or heading back down tonight?" "Heading back," Luis replied. "Got work in the morning. We're going to do one more run and then get on the road before the interstate turns into a parking lot." "Last run," Eric said, almost reverently. "Gotta make it count." Mike's eyes flicked over our damp jackets, our scuffed boots, the way our bodies slumped just slightly now that we were sitting. He looked like he was weighing something. The bar's neon flickered on his face, blue light catching in his pupils, making them look briefly inhuman, like 2 dark holes punched into his skull. "You thinking front side for that?" he asked. "Or you want to ride something better?" There was a small, strange silence at the table. It could have been nothing. It could have been everything. The younger guy, Tyler, shifted his weight, ski tips tapping together softly. Brooke's fingers stopped their idle drumming on the chair. Luis smiled, polite but cautious. "Well, we were thinking maybe that black under the high speed again," he said. "Or the trees by the mid-station, if they're not tracked out." Mike shook his head slowly, as if we had missed the obvious answer. "Those are fine," he said. "But everybody and their grandma is hitting those for last run. I know a line that's empty right now. Always is. No crowds, no traffic. Just you, snow, and a straight shot almost all the way down to the far lot. You don't even have to fight your way back to the gondola." He said it like he was offering us a favor, a little secret shared between insiders. Eric leaned in just a fraction, the bait landing exactly where it was supposed to. "Off the map?" he asked, trying to sound casual. He did not quite manage it. Mike's smile widened, but something about it felt wrong. The shape was there, but the warmth behind it was not. Up close, I could see that his beard hid the corners of his mouth almost completely. The smile did not quite reach his eyes. "Not on the paper one," he said. "On the real map, though. The one the people who work here use. That one's got a few extra lines." My gaze drifted down to the lanyard around his neck. The pass holder swung slightly when he moved, catching the bar's light. From where I sat, I could see enough to know that it was not the same day ticket all the guests wore. The plastic was thicker, the background a different color. There was text along the top, staff or operations or something like it, but the angle and the sticker slapped across the bottom half of the card kept me from reading it clearly. The photo, what little I could see of it, was washed out, like it had been printed too small and too fast. For a heartbeat, my brain overlaid the image of him standing on the deck earlier, hood up, leaning on the railing as he watched us walk past. Same hoodie, same slouch, same way of taking us in like we were items on a list. I felt a small, cold thread of unease slip under the warmth of the beer in my stomach. "You work lifts?" I heard myself ask, more to fill the sudden silence than anything else. "Here and there," he said, shrugging. "Maintenance. Patrol sometimes. Depends on the day." His answer was vague in a way that should have bothered me more than it did in that moment. "We got time for one more good one," Eric said. "If you know a shortcut, we're listening." Mike's eyes flicked from him to me and back, calculating. "Oh," he said lightly. "I know more than a shortcut." Once Mike knew he had our attention, he slowed everything down. "That line I'm talking about," he said, resting his forearms on the back of the empty chair beside our table. "We call it the backside chute. Not its real name, obviously. Real name never made it onto the map." He glanced toward the window, as if he could see it from where we sat, past the glass and the base area and the front side runs. "Most guests never even realize this mountain has a clean fall line off the back," he went on, too busy chasing what's in front of them. "Backside chute," Eric repeated, already sold. "Sounds sick." Mike nodded slowly. "Always is," he said. "Wind blows just right back there. Storm like this, snow stacks up deep, stays soft way longer than the front. Patrol doesn't send people in there unless they know what they're doing, so it doesn't get scraped off by every beginner with a death wish." Tyler, the younger guy, shifted his weight and leaned an elbow on the table, skis still propped against his shin. "Last run back there," he added. "You come out almost right at the far parking lot. Side road dumps you down close to the employee lot and overflow. No need to line up for the gondola or slog across the base with everyone else." He said it casually, like he was reciting a known perk. My eyes flicked to the window. From here, you could see a sliver of the lower lots through the crowd. Trucks backed into spaces, tailgates open, people changing shoes. A little further out, through gaps in the buildings, there was a dim suggestion of more lights. The far side, where we had parked earlier that morning after looping behind the lodge. "Locals only, though," Brooke said, her voice soft but edged with something playful. She tilted her head, blonde ponytail sliding across her shoulder. "You don't see it. You don't ask. You don't get taken there." Her gaze skimmed over us and then settled deliberately on Eric, like she knew exactly where the weakest point in the fence was. Eric gave her a lopsided grin. "Lucky for us," he said. "We're not regular tourists." Luis shifted on his stool, his fingers tightening around his plastic cup. "We're not trying to duck ropes," he said. "If patrol doesn't want people back there, it's not about ducking ropes." Mike cut in smoothly, raising a hand just enough to quiet him. "I said it's not on the paper map. I didn't say it's off limits." He tapped the pass on his chest with one finger. "There are lines we keep for people who can actually handle them," he said. "Helps keep the crowds off the stuff that'll chew them up. You've been riding strong all day. I wouldn't bring it up if you were flailing down greens." It sounded reasonable enough that, for a second, even I felt the pull of his logic. People like to believe they're being invited backstage because they've earned it, not because someone wants something from them. Tom laughed. half nervous, half flattered. "So this is like the VIP shoot," he said, "behind-the-scenes tour." "Something like that," Mike said. He straightened a little, then reached down to the side of his chair. When his hand came back up, he was holding a dark plastic bottle. It was the kind you see in every gas station, the generic shape of a sports drink, but the label was gone. No logo, no flavor, no nutritional facts. Just bare plastic, scuffed a little, with a faint ring of adhesive where branding had been peeled away. "Besides," he added, voice dropping just enough that we all leaned in without meaning to, "can't go hit the backside chute without real staff fuel." He twisted the cap slowly. The threads squeaked against each other, a dry, tight little sound that somehow cut through all the noise of the bar. When the seal broke, there was a tiny, almost inaudible pop. He lifted the bottle to his nose, inhaled once, and nodded to himself like he had just confirmed something. Even from across the table, I could smell it when he held it closer. Underneath the artificial, sugary tang of some kind of fruit-flavored sports drink, there was a sharp, chemical burn of strong alcohol. Not beer, not the cheap whiskey stink you get in dive bars. Something cleaner and more brutal. Vodka, maybe. Or grain alcohol. The fumes pricked at the back of my nose. "House specialty," Mike said, grinning. "We call it mountain courage. You don't need much." He tipped the bottle toward Eric first, offering it as casually as if he were passing a ketchup bottle. Eric did not hesitate. He never did, when it came to anything that could be framed as a test or a dare. He grabbed the bottle with gloved fingers, pulled one glove off with his teeth, and lifted it. "Cheers," he said, barely glancing inside before taking a long swallow. The moment the liquid hit his mouth, his expression changed. Just a flicker, eyes widening a fraction, eyebrows drawing in. Then he swallowed, coughed once, and laughed. "Jesus," he said, handing it back. "That's not legal." "That's the point," Mike said, amused. Tom took it next, his GoPro helmet sitting on the table between us like a dead bug. "Gotta document the true experience," he joked, though he did not actually lift his camera. He raised the bottle, sniffed, made a face, then took a shorter pull than Eric had. His shoulders shivered as it went down. "Ugh, that's like Gatorade and paint thinner." "Exactly," Tyler said, smiling for the first time, a quick flash of teeth that vanished as soon as it appeared. The bottle moved to Luis. He took it slower, turning it a little in his hand, eyes narrowing at the blank plastic. "What is it, exactly?" he asked. "A little bit of this, a little bit of that," Mike said. "Mostly just good vodka and enough sugar to keep you from noticing. We mix it up for closing shifts sometimes. Warms you right up on the cold runs." The answer did not really answer anything. Luis hesitated. For a half second, the air around the table seemed to thicken. Brooke leaned in slightly, her elbow brushing his arm. "Come on," she said, voice softer, coaxing. "One sip. You guys have been sending it all day. Don't tell me you're scared of a little staff drink." The way she said scared was light, teasing, but it hit the part of Luis that hated being the one to hold everyone back. I could see it working on him, the calculation behind his eyes. He was the guy who read avalanche reports and checked tire chains. He was also the guy who did not want to be the only one at the table to say no. He lifted the bottle to his mouth, took a cautious swallow, and grimaced as it burned. "Happy now?" he said, voice raspier than usual as he passed it on. I do not know if anyone else noticed what her face did at that moment. Maybe I was the only one looking directly at her instead of at Luis and the bottle. For just one beat, 1 or 2 seconds at most, the expression dropped off her face completely. The smile vanished. The crinkle at the corners of her eyes smoothed out. The practiced warmth drained away. What was left was blank. Not angry, not annoyed, just empty. Like someone had flicked a switch and turned the person off, leaving whatever was underneath staring out without bothering to pretend. Her eyes on Luis were flat, unlit, like she was assessing a piece of furniture instead of a human being. Then it was there again. The smile, the tiny tilt of her head, the bounce in her ponytail as she shifted back, as if she had just remembered she was supposed to be playing a role. "See?" she said lightly. "Not so bad." The bottle reached me, up close. The smell was stronger. The sports drink sweetness rode on top of the alcohol, but it could not hide it. There was another note under both that I did not like. Something chemical, plasticky, like the way a car interior smells when it has been sitting in the sun too long. I felt 3 sets of eyes on me from our side of the table and 3 from theirs. Eric, cheeks flushed, already a little looser. Tom, curious. Luis, watching more carefully now, as if hoping I would do the thing he almost did not. Mike, gaze steady. Tyler, mildly interested. Brooke, not blinking. If everyone had refused, it would have been easy. If everyone had drained it without question, it would have been easier in a different way. But this, last in line, with 3 of my own friends already having swallowed whatever was in there. I raised the bottle. The plastic was cool and slightly tacky against my fingers. Beads of condensation had formed near the neck, catching the bar's light. I brought it to my lips, tilting my head just slightly down and to the side, like someone taking a long drink after a hard day. I let the liquid touch my mouth. It hit my tongue like a slap, burning, sharp, cloyingly sweet. My taste buds screamed that something was wrong, even as my brain spun excuses. Too strong, mixed bad, cheap booze, normal, normal, normal. I did not swallow. I let just enough spill past my lips to wet them, then let the rest pool at the front of my mouth. As I tipped the bottle back down, I turned my head a fraction further, coughing into my sleeve like the burn had caught me by surprise. In that moment, hidden by my own shoulder, I let the mouthful fall, hot and bitter, into the fleece of my cuff. It soaked in immediately, leaving a damp, cold patch that started to sting my skin. My tongue burned, a prickling, numb heat spreading across the taste buds. The back of my throat felt raw, just from what little had brushed it. "Damn," I said, forcing a laugh, handing the bottle back to Mike. "You guys don't mess around." He smiled, satisfied. He did not drink. Neither did Tyler. Neither did Brooke. The bottle went straight from my hand back to his, like a circuit closing. "Yeah, well," Mike said, shrugging. "It's closing time somewhere." He checked the watch on his wrist. A cheap digital one, scratched across the face. "Speaking of," he added, raising his voice, just enough to cut through our small circle. "We gotta go, if we're gonna make it before last calls start up top. Lifts aren't gonna wait for us." Tyler shifted, grabbing his skis. Brooke adjusted her ponytail, helmet dangling from her other hand. Their bodies angled toward the door in unison, like this was a choreography they had practiced. "Finish up," Mike said, nodding toward our half-empty beers. "Meet us by the side gate near the mid-station lift. 5 minutes. I'll swipe you through." He said it like an offer. In the warm bar, with Bud Light neon buzzing, and the glass washer sighing and fries popping in oil, it sounded almost harmless. Almost. The transition from the bar back into the cold felt sharper than it should have. One moment, we were under buzzing neon and heat lamps and the low roar of conversation. The next, the door thudded shut behind us, and we were standing in the gray afternoon again, breath fogging, snowflakes dotting our jackets. The base area was louder now in a different way. Not a single dense hum, but 100 small sounds bouncing off hard surfaces. Boots thudding on wet tile just inside the lodge. The clack of bindings as people stepped out and shuffled toward the rental return. Someone dragging a plastic sled across packed snow, the runners squealing. We clomped down the short set of stairs from the bar deck to the main walkway. The tile there was perpetually damp, dark patches where melting snow had mixed with tracked-in dirt. Our boots thudded a hollow rhythm as we moved, studs on the soles clicking whenever we hit a stray metal strip. To our right, the rental shop was in full chaos mode. A line of people in mismatched jackets waited to hand over skis and boots, a harried employee pointing them toward different racks. A row of glove dryers hummed against one wall, each nozzle blasting hot air into soggy, upturned gloves. The noise they made, a low, steady whoosh, layered over everything else. It smelled like wet wool and overheated plastic, sanitizer spray still lingering in the air from a recent half-hearted cleaning of the counters. "Shortcuts this way," Mike called over his shoulder. He threaded us through the crowd with the easy confidence of someone who had done this 100 times. People stepped aside for his hoodie and staff lanyard in a way they did not for us. Small deference given without thought. Tyler and Brooke fell in behind us, close enough that I could hear the faint squeak of Tyler's bindings as his skis knocked together with each step. We passed a side hallway most guests barely glanced at. Narrower, less brightly lit. Walls painted an unflattering off-white. A faded, "Employees only beyond this point" sign was half obscured by a corkboard plastered with staff notices and shift schedules. Somebody had taped a broken out-of-order sign over a vending machine that hummed anyway, lights still flickering weakly behind the glass. At the end of that hallway, a metal gate broke the line of the wall. It was taller than I expected, solid from waist level down, open bars above. A small black box with a red LED sat beside it, wires disappearing into the plaster like veins. Beyond the gate, I could see a sliver of snow, not the groomed, trampled kind from the base area, but something cleaner, quieter. Mike stopped in front of it and pulled his lanyard from under his hoodie. Up close, the plastic holder caught the dim overhead light in a warped reflection. The resort logo shone clearly now, and beneath it, in small block letters, was a word I could not quite make out through the scratched surface and the sticker. OPS, maybe, or patrol. The photo was still a muddy blur. "Stay close when it opens," he said. "It'll time out fast." He pressed the edge of his pass against the box. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the red LED flicked to green, and the box emitted a short, flat zzz, like a fly trapped against a window. I felt something tighten in my chest at that sound. There was a heavy, resonant click from somewhere inside the gate. Metal releasing metal. Mike put his hand against it and pushed. The gate swung inward with more ease than I expected for something that looked so solid, hinges squealing faintly. Cold air flowed in from the other side, sharper and less tainted by human breath. We slipped through one by one. As I passed under the frame, the green light on the box flickered, hesitated, then shifted back to red. I heard the mechanism re-engage a heartbeat later with a loud, decisive clack that echoed down the narrow hallway behind us. It sounded final, in a way that doors at resorts usually do not. Like it was not just closing, but sealing something off. On the other side, the world was different. We were standing on a shallow, snow-covered path that sloped gently away from the building. To our left, the back of the lodge rose in a blank face of maintenance doors and vents. To our right, the mountain dropped away into a stand of trees, their branches weighted with snow. The ground below them a smooth, unmarked blanket. The packed chaos of the base area was gone. No music from the PA system reached us here, or if it did, it was so distant it might as well have been wind playing tricks. The only sounds were the soft hush of snow falling and the crunch of our own boots and boards as we shuffled forward. Even that seemed muted, like the air itself was thicker. "Clip in here," Mike said, pointing to a slightly wider patch in the path where the snow had been tamped down by repeated use. "We've got to traverse a little, then it drops." We set our boards and skis down. My fingers felt clumsier than they should have as I buckled in. The straps on my bindings refused to cooperate, slipping out of my grasp twice before I clicked them into place. When I stood up, a wave of lightheadedness rolled through me. Not enough to knock me over, but enough that I had to blink hard to steady the horizon. "I think your staff fuel is catching up," I joked weakly, trying to keep my voice normal. "Good," Eric said, giving me a nudge with the tail of his ski. "Loosen you up. You ride better when you're not overthinking." "That road goes back to the old maintenance spur," Mike said, ignoring us, pointing downhill to a barely visible track that curved out of sight between the trees. "We're going to cut across from there and drop in. Stay behind me. Stay out of the trees until I say otherwise. It rolls over quick." He slid forward, pushing off with a casual, practiced motion. Tyler followed close, carving a shallow line in the snow behind him. Brooke hesitated just long enough to glance back at us, that same practiced smile ghosting across her face. "Ready?" she asked. Luis nodded. Tom whooped once, the sound swallowed almost immediately by the snow-laden trees. We followed. The snow under my board felt different from the front side runs. Softer, but with a strange resistance under the top layer, as if there was a crust somewhere down there that might or might not catch you if you hit it wrong. The path was narrow, with a gentle side tilt that demanded attention. To one side, the slope fell away into deeper trees. To the other, the bank rose up, crowned by the concrete rear wall of some utility building. My head felt heavier than it should have. Each turn of my neck seemed to lag a fraction of a second behind where my eyes wanted to look. The sounds around me stretched in odd ways, too. Eric's laughter from up ahead sounded distant and thick, as if someone were playing it back through muffled speakers. The hiss of Luis's skis from behind me warped at the edges, dropping in pitch before snapping back to normal. I tried to blame it on the day, the fatigue, the altitude, the sudden temperature shifts between bar and outside. But underneath all the reasonable explanations, another thought kept poking at me, small and insistent. You did not swallow. They did. We reached the end of the traverse sooner than I expected. The trees opened into a small lip, a snow-covered ledge that jutted out over a steeper face. Mike coasted to a stop there, turning to face us as one by one we bled off speed and lined up. "Here," he said, "this is the drop." He gestured with his pole toward the slope beyond. From this vantage point, the hill rolled away in a long, uninterrupted sheet of white. No groomer marks, no moguls, no chopped up mess from other riders. Just a clean surface with the faint suggestion of contours, a shallow swell here, a subtle dip there, the way untracked snow shows you the skeleton of the terrain beneath it. No tracks. For a line he claimed locals hit all the time, it was empty, not lightly used, not hit that morning and then refilled by new snow. Completely untouched. The only marks on the lip where we stood were our own, a fan of shallow arcs and scuffed patches where we had stopped. "See that tree with the split trunk?" Mike said, pointing down toward a cluster of pines midway down the slope. "We aim a little left of that. Don't go too far right, or you'll end up in the drainage. Don't go too far left, or you'll overshoot the exit. It's straightforward if you stay on me. Road cuts in below. We ride that out, and you're practically at your car." "Dude," Eric whispered, more to himself than anyone. "This is going to be insane." The air felt colder here, the wind unbroken by buildings or lift towers. It threaded through the little gaps in my jacket, found the sweat cooling at the base of my neck. Every breath pulled icy air deep into lungs that already felt tight. I followed the line of Mike's pointing hand, then let my eyes drift away from the obvious. Off to the sides, the trees thickened quickly. The snow under them was deeper, darker, where branches had dripped meltwater and refrozen. No boundary ropes, no closed signs, no bamboo markers, just forest and gravity and whatever waited at the bottom. Something else bothered me, so subtle I almost ignored it. I lifted my chin, scanning the structures behind and above us. The back of the lodge and adjacent buildings rose from the slope in a series of boxes and angles. On one corner, I spotted the familiar dark bubble of a security camera dome. Its tinted surface reflected the white and gray of the day, opaque and unreadable. It was pointed away from us, not just off by a few degrees, fully turned toward the more public area we had just left, its blank eye watching the decks and railings and lift lines we were no longer in. From where we stood now, tucked just below the lip of the hill, we were in a pocket of invisibility. I turned slowly, scanning for another camera, another pole, anything. There was nothing, just the one, pointed elsewhere. The only lines in the snow leading away from this ledge were the shallow grooves from our boards and skis. No older tracks, no ghosted outlines of previous descents. Just us and the untouched white stretching down into the trees. "Looks clean, huh?" Mike said, catching my gaze as I looked back at him. He smiled then, the same slightly too wide smile he had used in the bar. Up here, in the thin air and the quiet, it looked even more out of place. "Best part of the mountain," he said, "and no one can see you screw up." For the first time all day, the thought formed fully, clear and cold. Out here, if something goes wrong, nobody sees anything at all. "Last run, boys!" Mike shouted, voice sharp in the cold air. "Let's see what you got." He did not wait for an answer. He pushed off the lip in one clean motion, dropping into the untouched face like he had been born to ride it. Tyler went right after him, skis close together, body low. Brooke hung back another heartbeat, like she was giving us a polite head start, then pointed her skis down too, sliding in a lazy S that left only the faintest trace in the powder. Eric laughed, the sound big and raw. "Let's go!" he yelled, and he was gone, chasing their line. Tom followed, angling a bit to the side to give himself room to film. Luis went after him, legs clearly tired, but form still controlled. That left me at the top for a second, alone on the ledge, watching the group turn into moving dots on a white canvas. I took a breath that was too cold and too shallow and pushed off. The first sensation was just beauty, the kind that bypasses whatever part of your brain is supposed to be suspicious and goes straight to the stunned, quiet place. The sky had slipped from gray into something stranger. It was not fully dark yet, but the daylight was gone. What was left was a bruised gradient, low purple pooling behind the jagged outline of the ridge, thinning to a sickly blue higher up. Somewhere behind that mountain wall, the sun was dropping, pulling whatever warmth it had left with it. The slope itself glowed faintly. The snow was not bright anymore, but it held onto what little light remained and gave it back as a soft, even sheen. No shadows. No definition beyond the subtle dips and rises you could only feel with your feet. It was like riding down a tilted sheet of blank paper. My board bit into the top layer, and the snow responded like silk. There was no chatter, no ice, just that smooth, steady whisper of edge against powder. Shh, 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 in time with my breathing. Every time I turned, a plume of white rose up around my knees, suspended in the air for a moment, before settling back into the surface, swallowed as if it had never been disturbed. Ahead, I could see Eric's line cutting deeper arcs into the face, his body a dark shape against the paler slope. He whooped once, the sound carrying weirdly far, then oddly flattening, like someone turned the volume knob down halfway while it was still echoing. Tom was off to the right, knees flexing, trying to keep his camera level as he chased Eric, carving in sync. Luis stayed higher on the left, turned smaller, conserving what his legs had left. Farther down, almost at the midpoint of the run, Mike and Tyler were just outlines now. Small black marks against the white, moving in parallel. Brooke was harder to track, her path looser, drifting. For a few seconds, it was perfect. Too perfect. The kind of run you imagine when you are stuck in traffic in the city, watching snow fall on dirty sidewalks and wishing you were anywhere else. Then my body started to feel wrong. It began with my legs. Not the good kind of burn. Not the honest fatigue I had been carrying since noon. This was different. Like my muscles were slow to hear what my brain was screaming at them to do. I would lean into a turn, and there would be a noticeable lag before my board caught up, as if someone had inserted a split-second delay between intention and movement. The snow under my feet seemed to shift at the same time. What had been a smooth, predictable surface a few moments ago now felt inconsistent. Spots of unexpected resistance blooming under one edge, then the other. My board would dig a little deeper than I expected, then float more than it should. I adjusted, then adjusted again, heart rate ticking up. The world itself had slid sideways into unreal. The sky was too soft, the colors too muted. The line of the ridge at the horizon wavered faintly, as if I were looking at it through heat, shimmer instead of winter air. My peripheral vision fuzzed at the edges, like someone had smudged the corners of my sight with a thumb. I tried to blame it on the light, on the storm, on anything that did not involve a small, unmarked bottle and a decision I had pretended was clever. "Eric!" I called, just to hear how my own voice sounded. The wind caught the word and stretched it out, thinning it, so what came back to me was a warped version of my own shout, echoed off nothing. He did not answer. He was still moving, though, a dark streak below me, cutting hard into the face, snow blooming around him in big sprays. He looked good, strong, like always. Then, in the space of one turn, he did not. It happened so fast, my brain tried to pretend there had been more steps in between. 1 second, he was leaning into a heel-side carve, shoulders stacked, knees bent. The next, his entire body seemed to unwind. His legs straightened just enough to lose the edge. His upper body folded forward in slow motion, arms loosening, head dipping. His board skittered out from under him, still on its line, sliding another 5 or 6 feet downslope in a clean, riderless arc. Eric's body dropped straight down, like someone had cut a string. He hit the snow on his side with a heavy thump that I felt in my chest more than I heard. He did not bounce. He did not roll. He just stayed there. Limbs at odd angles, one arm flung out, hand half buried in the powder. For a half second, Tom laughed. He could not help it. He had been conditioned to find Eric's crashes funny. He turned, carving closer, lifting his camera hand to frame the shot. Yo, that was... The rest of whatever joke he was about to make dissolved into a wet, choked sound. His poles slipped from his hands first. They fell, clattering lightly against each other before disappearing into the snow. His knees buckled a beat later. It was not a stumble. It was like his legs simply forgot how to be legs. His upper body sagged, shoulders caving in, helmet tilting as his head drooped forward. His skis stayed on the surface as he sank, boots still clipped in. His body folded down between them, then toppled sideways. He landed halfway on his hip, halfway on his back, arms loose, fingers twitching once, then still. "Tom?" I shouted, panic coming out raw and too loud in the empty space. Luis tried to cut across toward them. I could see the moment he made the decision. Upper body angling, weight shifting. His turn was slower than it should have been. His inside leg dragged a few inches behind. When he tried to correct, his front ski crossed just slightly over the other. His right knee buckled, like a bad joint under too much weight. He dropped into a half-sitting position, one hand stabbing down toward the snow to catch himself. For a second, it looked like he might push back up. His arm trembled. Then the tremor spread, from his shoulder to his neck, down into his back. His hand slid. His body rotated, slow and helpless, until he was lying on his side, one leg still twisted awkwardly in the bindings. All three of them lay there, scattered across the perfect white, like someone had dropped action figures onto a blank sheet and forgotten to animate them. My board kept moving. Gravity did not care that my brain had gone into full alarm. I was still above them on the slope, maybe 15, 20 vertical feet up, close enough to see the shape of their bodies, not close enough to reach them without committing to a few more turns. I tried to stop. The message went from my skull to my spine to my hips with painful clarity. Plant the heel edge, dig in, kill speed. My board answered like it was underwater. The edge caught half a second too late, skidding farther than it should have before biting. I overcorrected, almost pitching onto my back as the board swung around harder than I intended. The sound of my own breathing filled my ears, harsh and loud. Under it, my heartbeat pounded. Not that thud you get from exertion, but a rapid, stuttering beat that felt like it was trying to crawl up my throat. "Eric!" I screamed again, voice cracking. "Tom! Luis!" No answer, no movement. The wind sighed past my helmet, soft and steady. Somewhere behind me, the faint rasp of someone else's edges tickled my ears, but it sounded distant, warped, like it was coming through a wall. I forced myself into a controlled skid, sliding down diagonally until I was just above them, close enough now to see details I did not want to see. Eric's goggles were askew, one lens fogged, the other reflecting the sky. Tom's mouth was half open, steam puffing from it in irregular bursts. Luis's fingers twitched again, then stilled, his hand curling slowly into the snow, as if he were trying to grab onto something that was not there. I turned my head, searching. Mike should have been below them, further down the slope, carving smooth lines. Tyler should have been just behind him. Brooke should have been somewhere off to the side, playing tail, watching. They were not there. The lower half of the run stretched out beneath us, a long, empty tongue of white disappearing into the trees. No dark shapes moving, no rooster tails of snow, no tracks. The only lines I could see were ours, a chaos of arcs and sudden stops fan spreading from the lip where we had dropped in. A set of parallel ski tracks cut deeper, leading down past Eric's fall, past Tom's crumple, past Luis's collapse, and then simply ending. Not because they had been filled in, because they were not there to begin with. "Mike!" I yelled, throat tight. "Tyler! Brooke!" My voice bounced back at me off nothing. There was no one above me but empty sky. No one below but three of my friends on the ground, arranged like they had been placed there. The slope that had looked so full of possibility a minute ago suddenly felt like a stage after the actors had walked off. They had been here. I knew they had. I could still see Mike pushing off the lip. I could still hear his shout. I could still smell the bite of that bottle in my sleeve. But now, with the purple sky pressing down and the light flattening everything, it was as if they had never existed at all. When I say I felt the wave hit, I mean it like a physical thing. It started somewhere low in my spine and rolled upward, hot and cold at the same time. My vision smeared at the edges, colors bleeding into each other until the white of the snow and the purple of the sky and the dark shapes of my friends blurred into one watercolor smear. My board felt like it had tripled in weight. My knees shook, not from exhaustion anymore, but from something else crawling through my blood. I knew, with a sudden cold clarity, that if I tried to stand there and tough it out, I would go down anyway. I had watched three guys stronger than me fold in seconds. Whatever was in that bottle was finally catching me, just moving slower, because I had cheated it a little. So I did the only thing that felt like it might give me even the smallest advantage. I let go. I let my legs give out, allowed my body to crumple sideways. I did not try to catch myself with my hands or turn the fall into anything graceful. I just dropped. The snow came up faster than I expected, slamming against my shoulder, my hip, my helmet. The impact knocked a grunt out of me that I tried to swallow, turning it into a half-choked exhale. I rolled just enough to end up on my side, facing slightly downhill. The world tilted with me. The horizon was no longer level. The line where the mountains met the sky was canted at a weird angle, cutting diagonally across my vision. The snow was suddenly right there, a few inches from my face, close enough that I could see individual crystals clinging to each other, tiny shards reflecting the fading light. My breath came out in short, visible bursts, fogging the patch of air right in front of my mouth. Each exhale made a little cloud that drifted up and away before the next one pushed in behind it. I focused on that, because if I thought too much about anything else, I was going to panic and give myself away. I let my eyelids sag closed almost all the way, leaving the smallest slit at the bottom. From that narrow viewpoint, the world became a thin slice, the slope falling away, the smudges of my friends' bodies on the snow, the edge of my own arm half buried in white. Everything above that line, the sky, the ridge, anything taller than a prone person, vanished. The sound of my own heartbeat was a drum in my ears. Under it, the mountain silence pressed in. For a moment, nothing moved. No voices, no wind even. Just a huge ringing stillness. Then faint at first, I heard it. A board dragging across snow. Not the clean hiss of someone carving, not the crisp whisper of a controlled stop. This was a heavier sound, a scraping, lurching noise like something being pulled. The kind of sound a board makes when you are not riding it, but hauling it behind you by the leash, tail grinding a shallow trench in the powder. The scrape grew louder, then paused. Footsteps took over, boots punching down into the snow with weight and purpose. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Each step sent a little tremor through the surface under my cheek, a vibration that traveled up my jaw. The footsteps stopped close enough that I could feel the faint displacement of air as someone's shadow fell over me. I held my breath for half a second, then forced it to resume a slow, uneven rhythm. Unconscious people do not hold their breath. They do not control anything. When he spoke, I knew it was Mike. The tone was the same, but everything else was different. The easy warmth he had used in the bar was gone. The friendliness, the joking cadence, the fake camaraderie, it had all been sanded off. What was left was something flat and hard. "That one's out," he said, voice a little muffled, like he had pulled a neck gaiter up over his mouth. "Get his board." The words were close enough that I knew he was not talking about me. A moment later, I heard movement to my right, more footsteps, a grunt, the hollow clack of bindings being forced open, plastic ratchets snapping free, metal buckles knocking against each other. Then the sound of a board being lifted, edges scraping once, briefly, as the base cleared the snow, followed by a dull thud as it was tossed onto something hollow and resonant. Metal by the sound of it. A sled? A toboggan? A cargo rack? "Check his pockets," another voice said. This one I did not recognize. It was deeper than Mike's. Older, maybe, with a dry rasp at the edges. It was the kind of voice that came from someone who had spent too many winters breathing cold, dry air and cheap cigarettes. "You got maybe 10 minutes before patrol does their sweep. Cameras are still looping, but don't push it." Cameras are still looping. The phrase slid into my brain and lodged there like a shard of ice. It explained too much about the way we had been invisible. It explained the maintenance talk on the lift. It made everything worse. To my left, near where Eric had fallen, I heard more motion. Someone knelt in the snow. I could hear the faint creak of fabric, the jingle of metal. Then came the small, precise sounds of zippers being dragged open, teeth parting under cold fingers. Pockets were turned out, the weighty jangle of keys, the soft slap of a wallet being pulled free. A few coins spilled, clinking against each other as they scattered across the crust. One bounced, rolled a few inches, and fell still with a tiny final tick. The slope around me became its own little universe of noise. Every small sound was magnified. The tug of Velcro giving way, the muted rip of a glove being peeled off, the tiny crackle of a plastic card being flicked between gloved fingers. I could even hear the slight change in the snow's texture when someone shifted their weight, crystals compacting and crunching under their knees. "Phone," someone said. "Pass. Wallet. Nothing special." "Take the pass," the deeper voice replied. "Leave the rest. Stuff that's easy to trace is more trouble than it's worth." They moved on. More zippers. More muted commentary. I caught snatches. "Nice jacket. Boots are his size. Don't waste time unbuckling. Cut the strap." Somewhere above my line of sight, a knife flicked open with a soft, unmistakable metallic note. Not a dramatic movie sound, just a quick, practiced click, like muscle memory. "Careful," the older voice said. "Don't nick yourself. You don't know what they're on." What they're on? My tongue still burned from the little bit of liquid I had let touch it. My head felt like it was full of wet cotton, every thought having to drag itself through molasses. If I had swallowed, if I had taken a big gulp like Eric, like Tom, like Luis, I swallowed now, deliberately, trying to make it look reflexive, limp. The snow near my mouth smelled faintly of whatever I'd spit into my sleeve. Sweet. Chemical. Wrong. Footsteps approached me from the other side. Different weight, different rhythm. Lighter, but with a certain sharpness in how the heel struck before the toe. My heart pounded so hard it felt like it might shake my chest. I forced my eyelids to stay in that half-lowered position. Any tighter, and they would look clenched. Any wider, and I would meet someone's gaze and give myself away. A boot nudged my shin. Not hard, but not gentle either. Testing. "This one's heavy," a man said. Not Mike, not the older voice. A third one, younger, maybe Tyler. Closer to my age. "Jacket looks cheap. Leave him. Leave him." For a heartbeat, relief and terror crashed together so hard inside me that I almost gasped. Leave him meant I was not valuable enough, not worth the effort. It also meant I was about to be left alone on this slope, with 3 unconscious friends, and no guarantee of what they would look like when they woke up, or if they would. The boot withdrew. Snow crunched as he stepped away, somewhere just behind my head, close enough that I could feel breath stir the hairs near my ear. Someone else leaned in. I did not hear them approach. No footsteps, no shifting. One moment, there was only the hollow hush of the mountain and the distant murmur of the other's work. The next, there was warmth cutting through the cold and the sensation of a presence directly over me. For a split second, I thought I had lost control and turned my head because the world shifted. The line of the horizon in my narrow vision tilted a fraction more. Snow brushed my cheek. Then a voice, barely above a whisper, slid into the space right next to my ear. "You should have drunk more, kid." It was not Mike. It was not the older man. It was not Tyler. The voice was low and close and almost amused. The words were shaped carefully, each consonant distinct, as if the speaker wanted to make sure I heard every syllable. A shiver shot through me that had nothing to do with the cold. My fingers twitched against the buried grip of my glove, and I forced them to go still. I concentrated on my breath, keeping it shallow, uneven, like someone unconscious but still alive. The warmth of that breath at my ear vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. Bootsteps again, moving away this time. The scrape of a board being lifted. The heavy sliding drag of something loaded onto something else. "Let's move," the older voice said, now further downslope. "We're burning daylight." The sounds began to recede. Footsteps crunching farther away. Boards skidding, then lifting into slick glides. A muttered curse as someone stumbled in the deeper snow. then less and less. The world expanded around me again, quiet filling in the space they left behind. I did not move. I lay there with my cheek in the snow, eyes almost closed, watching my own breath fog the thin strip of air in front of me, and listen to the slope empty itself out. The last sound I heard from them was a faint, fading clatter of metal on metal, as if something, somewhere, was being closed and locked. Once their sounds started to fade, time stopped behaving normally. I lay there in the snow, cheek numb, eyelashes sticking together from cold and the faint moisture of my own breath, and just listened. Not moving felt less like a choice and more like the only thing my body could manage. My fingers were buzzing with that deep cold ache that lives between feeling and nothing. At first, it was small noises that stayed. Fabric creaking, faint scraping, a last boot step. Then those disappeared too, swallowed by distance and snow. Something bigger rolled in their place. Far below and away, muffled by trees and terrain, an engine turned over. It was not the high whine of a snowmobile or the growl of a snowcat. It was deeper, familiar in a way that made my stomach clench. A pickup. The starter word once, twice, catching on the third try. The engine coughed, then settled into a low, uneven idle. Even through the snow and the slope and the walls of whatever service road they were on, I could hear the vibrations, feel them as a faint tremor under my ribs. Tires spun in place for a second. Snow kicked, crunching and grinding, before finally grabbing. The sound turned from a stationary growl into movement, the pitch rising and falling as the truck nosed through ruts. Snow under the tires protested with a different texture than under boots or boards. It was a heavier, wetter crush, like someone breaking old bones under thick blankets. The rhythm of it matched the engine. Churn, roll, roll. Doors slammed, solid, boxy thunks that pinged up the hill, slightly delayed. A voice or two floated after them, stripped of words by distance and air, just shapes of sound. One was Mike's timbre, I was sure of it, even blurred. Another had that rasp I already associated with the older man. Then the engine revved again, louder this time, and their voices dissolved into its roar. The truck climbed for a bit, grinding along some unseen cut in the mountainside. Then the sound angled away, dipping, rising, fading. After a minute, it was just a faint hum. After two, it was gone. Silence came back all at once. Not the soft quiet of a normal mountain evening, with distant laughter from the lodge and the faint thrum of lifts. The lifts above us were shut down now. I realized that with a jolt. The mechanical heartbeat of the resort had dimmed. Out here, behind it all, what passed for silence was the whisper of wind across snow and the relentless thud of my own heart trying to punch through my ribs. I do not know how long I stayed like that. 10 seconds, 10 minutes. Time had collapsed into a slow, cold tunnel. All I had was the strip of snow in front of my half-closed eyes and the feeling that if I moved too soon, I would hear boots come back toward me. What finally broke it was a new sound, sharp and angry, tearing across the slope from somewhere above and to the side. The snarl of a snowmobile. It started as a distant buzz, almost indistinguishable from the wind at first. Then it grew, filling the air with that distinctive, chainsaw-smooth pitch, the kind that comes from an engine pulling a light machine over uneven terrain. My first thought was that they were back, that Mike and whoever he worked with were circling around. The fear hit so hard it almost made me flinch. I forced myself deeper into stillness, muscles screaming against the urge to roll over and look. Then a new layer slipped into the noise. The faint clink of something metal on the machine, and under the engine, a high electronic beeping. Patrol beacons. Ski patrol. The snowmobile passed somewhere upslope, close enough that my whole body felt its vibration, not close enough for me to see even its shadow from my sideways angle. The roar grew, peaked, started to drop. For a second, I was sure it would slow, cut its engine, circle back. They had to see something. 3 bodies on a slope. 4, if I counted myself. The pitch held steady, did not drop, did not change. They were not traversing this face. They were crossing above it, on a set sweep route, heading God knows where. Here, I wanted to scream. Down here, we're here. My lips parted, my throat tightened, and nothing came out. A lifetime of mountain etiquette. Do not panic. Do not overreact. Do not flag patrol unless you really need them. Collided with the very real knowledge that if I moved wrong now, I might not be dealing with patrol first. I might be dealing with whoever had just robbed my friends and left us to whatever came next. So I listened as our almost rescue drove away. The engine's wail dopplered off into the distance, bouncing briefly off the far ridge, then dissolving into the gathering dusk. The beep, beep, beep of whatever unit they had mounted between the handlebars faded with it. Then even that died. The mountain swallowed the last of their sound, and we were alone again. That was the moment I decided that if I did not move now, I never would. I willed my fingers to move. At first, nothing happened. It felt like trying to operate someone else's limbs from a control panel several rooms away. Then slowly, a fingertip twitched inside my glove. The tiny movement sent an electric spike of pain up my hand, as if the nerves were waking up from having been clamped under ice water. I flexed again. Another bolt of sensation. Needles, pins, fire. I took a breath, let it out as a shudder, and tried to bend my elbow. My arm felt like it weighed 50 pounds. I dragged it toward my chest, the fabric of my sleeve rasping against the snow. Luis, I croaked. The word came out dry and small, more breath than sound. My throat hurt. My tongue still burned at the edges. I rolled onto my back, the sky swinging into view. Darker now, more violet than blue. First stars just barely pricking through. For a second, vertigo slapped me. The world seemed to tilt, the slope becoming a wall, the wall becoming a floor. I dug my heels into the snow, forcing my board to anchor me. Then I started to slide down on my back, using small movements of shoulders and hips to control the descent. The snow against my jacket hissed softly, catching and releasing. Luis was the closest. His body was still twisted, one leg cocked at an unnatural angle by the way his binding held his boot. His goggles were fogged entirely now, lenses opaque. His mouth hung open slightly, breath puffing in shallow, uneven bursts. "Luis," I said again, louder this time. Hey man, wake up." I pushed myself onto my knees beside him, the motion sending sharp protests up my thighs. My hands felt clumsy as I grabbed his shoulder and shook. His head lolled, then settled. No response. Cold panic snapped at my throat. I scooped a handful of snow and slapped it lightly against the lower edge of his face, pushing crystals up under his chin, against his lips. "Come on," I said. "Come on. You need to wake up." His eyelids fluttered after the third handful. A low sound escaped his throat, half groan, half cough. His hand twitched where it rested by his side, fingers curling. "That's it," I said, relief hitting so hard it made me dizzy. Right here. You're okay. You're okay. He was not okay. None of us were. But I lied, with the ease of someone who desperately needed those words to be true. Luis blinked, eyes moving behind fogged lenses like he was trying to see through water. What? He managed, voice rough. What happened? Don't worry about that yet, I said. Can you move your hands? Wiggle your toes? He flexed his fingers, then winced. Feel weird, he muttered, like they're made of wood. That's better than nothing, I said. Stay here, I'll get the others. Standing up fully was out of the question. My leg shook when I tried, the world threatening to spin. So I crawled, half kneeling, half dragging myself across the shallow grade toward Eric. He lay face down where he had fallen, one arm flung out. I rolled him gently onto his side, then his back, praying I was not making anything worse. His face was pale under the flush from the cold, lips tinged with a color I did not like. His breath came in slow, heavy pulls. Eric, I said, louder now, shaking his shoulder. Hey, joke's over. Time to get up. Nothing. I slapped him, not hard, but enough that the crack of glove against cheek sounded loud in the empty space. Then I scooped snow and pressed it against his face, packing a little under his neck gaiter, against the warm skin there. He swore, faintly, almost inaudibly, the word barely formed. There you are, I said, exhaling a breath I had not realized I was holding. Stay with me, man. Stay with me. Tom was farther down, halfway between them, and where the slope began to steepen again. Getting to him felt like crawling across a frozen floor in a room that tilted the closer you got to the edge. Every few feet, I had to stop and close my eyes while the sky and snow shifted into the wrong places, then back again. When I reached him, his helmet was crooked, chin strap half undone, his GoPro hanging sideways off the mount. His eyes were closed, lashes rimed with ice. I did the same thing, shake, snow, voice, and eventually his eyelids fluttered, then opened a crack. Seeing all three of them breathing, even shallowly, was the only thing that kept me from lying down beside them and giving up. We did not stand. We could not. We dragged ourselves closer together instead, closing the distance between our fallen bodies until we were in a loose cluster, boots tangling, boards and skis digging errant grooves into the powder. I do not know if it was survival instinct or some childish logic that said if we were touching, we were less likely to disappear. The light slipped another notch downward. The blue hour settled in for real now, that strange in-between, where everything is simultaneously brighter and darker. The snow glowed with its own inner light, while the trees turned into black cutouts, their branches jagged against the dimming sky. From far away, far in every sense, I heard the PA system at the base. A song floated up, faint and thin, distorted by distance and the shape of the valley. Something poppy, probably the last track they played, while the last guests trudged toward the parking lot. It could have been a different world. Down there, people were stamping snow off their boots, laughing, arguing about where to eat dinner. Up here, we were sprawled in the mountain's blind spot, the sound reaching us like ghost music from a party we had not been invited to. The final announcement came after the song ended, just a string of unintelligible syllables carried on static and wind. Last chair. Lifts closed. Thank you for riding. The usual. It did not matter. No one was coming. Can you stand? I asked eventually, when enough time had passed that my own head felt slightly less underwater. Eric tried and failed twice before staying upright for more than a second. He wobbled, legs shaking, arms out like a tightrope walker. "Everything feels slow," he muttered, "like I'm moving through syrup." "Yeah," Tom said weakly, pushing himself onto his knees. "You and the whole world." Luis managed to get one ski under him, then the other. We unbuckled his bindings for him, helped him stand with just his boots on. It took all four of us working together, leaning on each other to get to something resembling vertical. When we finally did, when we were upright, swaying slightly, breath steaming in front of us, I made the mistake of looking back up the slope. I think some part of me expected to see evidence. Tracks gouged deeper where the truck had been. A messy tangle of footprints where they had circled around us. The smooth lines of Mike's and Tyler's descent. Anything. There was nothing. The face above us was clean. Our crash site, the ragged curves of our last few desperate turns, the places where we had fallen, those were there, carved into the surface like a freeze frame of panic. But beyond that, leading up toward the lip and away to the sides, the snow was bare. No parallel tracks cutting off toward a road. No extra grooves where boards had been dragged. No deep ruts from a snowmobile or a pickup's tires. The faint suggestion of a service route that had been visible before was now only that, a suggestion. Wind had come through in the time we lay there, smoothing everything it did not consider important. Any trace of their passage, any line that might have told us where they had gone, had been blurred into the general texture of the mountain. Where did they go?" Tom asked quietly, following my gaze, voice barely more than a breath. Nobody answered. We were standing in a dead zone, out of sight of the cameras, out of earshot of the base, caught between the last day riders heading to their cars and the night crew who would not come out here unless something forced them to. The mountain had taken their tracks back like it always does, like nothing had happened here at all. Getting back to the world felt less like returning and more like clawing our way out of something that did not want to let go. We did not ride down from that slope. None of us trusted our legs enough. And even if we had, the idea of pointing boards and skis downhill again made my stomach twist. Instead, Luis squinted into the dim and pointed toward where he thought the Snowcat Road must be, the one we had crossed on the way in. "It's gotta be that way," he said, voice thin. "Cats can't climb anything too steep. They follow the contour. We find the road. We follow it until we hit something groomed. Or a garage where they finish the job," Eric muttered. But he moved when Luis moved. We started walking. Walking in snowboard boots in deep snow is bad on a good day. Walking when your muscles feel like they're made of wet rope and your blood chemistry is still fighting something it does not recognize as another thing entirely. Every step felt like a choreographed disaster. Shift weight. Drag one foot free of the shallow crust. Plant it ahead. Feel it sink. Repeat with the other. Our boards and skis turned into anchors behind us. Leashes pulling at our ankles. Tails gouging grooves. Our breathing got loud fast. Not the controlled in-out of a hard run, but ragged, uneven gasps. My chest burned in a way that had nothing to do with cardio. The air scraped my throat raw. Behind me, someone groaned, the sound stretching out in the thin, cold air. "I'm gonna puke," Tom said after about 10 yards. His voice cracked on the last word. "Do it off the trail," Eric answered automatically, but there was no bite to it. The snow beneath our feet had a different crunch now than it had on the untouched face. Less soft, more compacted in places where wind had packed it or previous passes had hardened it. Sometimes it gave way unexpectedly, dropping one foot into a hole up to the knee. Sometimes it resisted, forcing our boots to skitter along the top, sending a jolt up our shins. We didn't talk much. Words took more oxygen than we could spare. The only constant sounds were our breaths, ragged, misting in front of us, the crunch, crunch, crunch of boots through layers of snow, and the occasional low curse when someone slipped or stubbed a toe on a buried chunk of ice. It felt like we were walking in circles. The slope rolled subtly under us, rising and falling in ways that messed with my internal compass. The trees were just dark shapes closing in and opening up again. No landmarks, no signs. The sky dimmed from bruised purple to a deeper, colder shade, and the first real stars appeared, sharp and indifferent. At some point, 10 minutes in, 30 minutes, an hour, I could not have said, we hit the road. It appeared under our feet without ceremony, a flattened ribbon of snow, wide and slightly banked, the surface chewed up by caterpillar tracks, and then frozen again. It felt different the moment my boot hit it, firmer, less likely to swallow my leg up to the thigh. It also sloped gently, following the mountain's contour. "Thank God," Luis whispered. We followed it, heads down, letting its curve guide us. Somewhere along the way, the faint hum of resort machinery started to seep back into the world. Not music, not the full-throated grind of lifts running, but small pieces. The distant whine of a motor, the metallic clank of something being hauled, the low murmur of voices carried on the wind. We rounded a bend, and light slid into view. At first, it was just a glow on the snow ahead, a smear of yellow against the blue dusk. Then it resolved into the lampposts of a side run, one of the less traveled groomed trails that funneled beginners back toward the base at the end of the day. The snow there was a flattened, grooved carpet, lit by tall poles that buzzed faintly with electricity. We must have looked like something out of a different movie when we stepped out of the trees and onto that corduroy. Boots dragging, jackets askew, helmets crooked. 4 guys moving in slow, stiff jerks onto a trail designed for kids and families. There was no one else on it now. The lifts had already stopped. Their chairs hung motionless above the slope, silhouettes against the darkening sky. The PA system was off. No music drifting down. Just the occasional rumble from somewhere near the base, where machines were being shut down and stowed. We walked down that groomed strip instead of riding it, boards and skis still dragging behind, because none of us trusted the coordination required to slide. Near the bottom, where the side run joined a broader one, a figure in a yellowish vest stood with a shovel, scraping snow away from a drain. He looked up as we approached, frowning. We must have been lit by the lamps above us, pale and unsteady and wrong. "You guys okay?" he called, stepping forward. "Lifts are closed. You get stuck up." He broke off. His eyes narrowed, taking in our faces, the way we moved, the way we did not move smoothly. "Hang on," he said, voice shifting. "You guys look wrecked." He reached down to his belt, fumbling for the small, rectangular radio clip there. It crackled to life as soon as his thumb pressed the button, spitting static. "Base, this is Greg at Sidewinder Cutoff," he said. "I've got 4 guests coming down looking pretty bad. Can I get patrol to swing by?" The radio hissed, then a voice answered, broken by interference but understandable. "Copy that, Greg. We'll send someone up from the clinic. Hold them there if you can." 10-4, he said, then let go of the button. He looked at us again. "Sit down over there," he said, pointing to a flat patch off the side of the trail. "Don't try to go any farther." We did not argue. We shuffled over and collapsed into a ragged row. Boards and skis splayed around us like discarded props. The snow beneath us was colder now that we were still. My legs trembled in place, muscles firing in weird, random bursts. "What happened to you guys?" Greg asked, resting the shovel against his shoulder. "You hit something? Take a tumble?" Nobody answered at first. Eric just stared at his hands, flexing his fingers slowly like he was making sure they were still his. Tom had his head tipped back, eyes closed, breath fogging in front of his mouth. Luis leaned forward, elbows on his knees, breathing carefully. I opened my mouth to try to explain, but my tongue felt thick, words heavy. Before I could force anything out, another sound cut through the fading light. The distant, familiar snarl of a snowmobile. It grew quickly this time. Within a minute, 2 patrol sleds came into view, moving up the trail in staggered formation. Each had a rider in a red jacket with a white cross, goggles reflecting the trail lights. A rescue sled was hitched behind one of the machines, its metal runners scratching against the snow. They killed the engines as they rolled to a stop near us. The sudden quiet after the noise made my ears ring. One of the patrollers swung a leg off his sled and trudged toward us, boots punching down into the groomed surface. His radio crackled at his shoulder, emitting a low, constant hiss and the occasional burst of someone else's voice. "Evening, gentlemen," he said, voice brisk but not unkind. His name tag read, Harris. "You look like you had a day." "You could say that," Eric muttered. Harris crouched in front of us, scanning faces like he was running down a checklist. "Anybody hit their head?" he asked. "Any big falls you remember?" We glanced at each other. Technically, yes, but that was not the problem. "Did you guys get separated from your group?" He tried again. "Wind up on the wrong side of the mountain?" Luis shook his head slowly. We were taken," he said, and even saying the word made him sound unsure. "Like, off the front side, through a staff gate. Some guy said he worked here. Mike. He gave us..." Harris's gaze sharpened. "How much did you guys drink?" he said, cutting in, tone shifting in a way that made the question sound less casual and more rehearsed. "Not..." Tom started. "A bottle," Eric said. His voice was flat now, drained of bravado. "Some mix. At the bar. He said it was staff stuff." One of the other patrollers stepped closer, the snow squeaking under his boots. His jacket was zipped up high, balaclava covering most of his face. Only his eyes were clearly visible behind mirrored lenses. "Who gave it to you?" he asked. "Bartender?" "No," I said, finding my voice. "A guy in a resort hoodie. Said he worked maintenance. He had a pass. He took us through a staff-only gate by the side hall. Said there was a backside chute that dumped out near the far lot." I watched Harris's face carefully as I talked. His jaw clenched once, muscles jumping under the stubble. His eyes slid, just for a second, to the other patroller's face. It was a tiny glance, a flash of contact, and then away, like 2 people checking that they were reading the same script. "Backside chute," I repeated, pushing past the fuzz in my head. "Staff gate, the kind you need a key card for. Cameras that don't point there." He had 2 people with him, a younger guy and a blonde woman. They didn't drink any of what they gave us. The second patroller's radio crackled loudly, as if to fill the space where he might have said something. He thumbed the volume down. "We'll check the cameras, guys," he said quickly, almost on top of my last word. "If somebody did something stupid, we'll deal with it. He emphasized the word stupid, like it covered everything from a bartender overpouring to a friend slipping a flask into a soda. Like this was just another case of overconfident riders pushing too hard and then blaming anything but themselves when their bodies gave out. Harris straightened, brushing snow off his knees. "For now," he said, tone shifting back to professional neutral. "We're going to get you to the clinic, okay? Get you warm, check your vitals, make sure you're not dealing with altitude sickness or hypothermia. Or something in our bloodstream we did not order," I said. He did not respond to that. Instead, he turned to Greg. "Thanks," he said. "We got it from here." Greg nodded, shoulders hunching a little, shovel held close. His eyes flicked between us and the patrollers, something like unease moving behind them. Then he turned and started scraping snow again, as if this was just another end-of-day cleanup. As they loaded us one by one onto the back of the snowmobiles and the rescue sled, the last of the trail lights flicked fully on. The mountain looked calm, almost peaceful, all its rough edges smoothed by distance and artificial glow. Somewhere up there, in a pocket, where the cameras did not reach and the PA did not speak, a gate we had walked through less than an hour earlier stood closed. Whatever had come through it with us was gone. Whatever they had taken was already on its way down the mountain by another road. What stayed was us, and the way one patroller's eyes had flicked to another the second I said, "Staff gate." If the slope had felt unreal, the room they took us to felt worse. It was not a clinic room, like you see on resort brochures, all soft lighting and fake wood. It was a staff break room, the kind buried in the back of every building, built by people who knew no one would ever take pictures of it. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, that thin, high whine that gets into your teeth if you listen too long. They were too bright and too white, washing everything out, turning faces sallow and making the dried snow on our clothes look gray instead of white. One of the tubes flickered every few seconds, a tiny stutter in the corner of my vision. A vending machine stood against one wall, its glass front reflecting the room in warped pieces. The coils inside held mismatched junk, 2 bags of chips, a couple of candy bars, some ancient-looking granola. It hummed constantly, compressor kicking on and off with a low clunk. Next to it sat a squat mini-fridge, doors dented, its own compressor clicking in and out of sync with the vending machines, so the room felt like it was breathing on some mechanical rhythm. A small TV was bolted high in one corner, screen black, power light glowing red. No one had bothered to turn it on. Its blank face watched us anyway. The smell in there was its own cocktail, sweat and damp gear, layers of wet wool and synthetic fabric drying on hooks. Under that, sharper, the bleachy sting of Clorox on linoleum, like someone had mopped not long ago and missed a few spots. There was also the faint, stale tang of microwave food that had died there sometime around lunch. They sat us at a rectangular table that had probably seen every flavor of board staff meeting the resort had ever hosted. Our helmets and gloves piled at one end. Someone had dropped a roll of paper towels in the middle. A plastic pitcher of water appeared, along with mismatched cups. Ski Patrol checked our vitals quickly, blood pressure cuffs tightening around arms, a pulse ox clipped to a finger, cold stethoscope on a chest. One of them shone a pen light into each of our eyes in turn, the bright beam stabbing into my skull. "Pupils are reactive," he muttered, more to himself than us. "Whatever you had, it's wearing off." Good to know, Eric said, voice dry. They asked the basic medical questions. Any allergies? Any medications? Any history of seizures? We answered numbly. It felt like we were all reading from the same script. Then patrol backed off, and the real questions walked in. The sheriff was easy to spot. Mid-50s at least, with a stomach that had outgrown his belt a little. Uniform stretched shiny at the seams. His hair was thinning, but still trying to hold on to its original color. He wore a tan jacket with a county patch on the shoulder and a radio clipped near his shoulder. His badge caught the fluorescent light every time he turned. Behind him came a younger officer, 20s, maybe early 30s, in a darker uniform. Clean shaven, haircut regulation sharp. He carried a small notebook and one of those stubby pens that looked like they were made for taking parking tickets. The sheriff planted himself at the head of the table, resting his hands flat on the surface. The younger officer hung back half a step, already flipping the notebook open. "All right, fellas," the sheriff said. His voice was low and slow, western slope drawl worn in. "Name, age, address, one at a time. We'll start there." We went down the line. I gave my name, spelled my last, gave my age, gave my address in Denver, street name, cross streets, the little apartment complex with the faded sign. Told him I worked at a shop off Federal, 9 to 5 most days. Vehicle maintenance, oil changes, brake jobs. As I talked, the younger officer's pen scribbled, the sound of ballpoint on cheap paper scratching a rhythm. Eric gave his info. Lived with a roommate out near Aurora. Worked sales at some outdoor shop. Tom, media freelancing, bouncing between projects. Luis, an engineer, name of the firm, floor of the building downtown. It felt surreal to say all of this in a room that still smelled like Clorox and wet snow, in clothes still damp from whatever had almost taken us. The sheriff nodded through it, eyes moving from one face to another. When we were done, he leaned back slightly and crossed his arms. "All right," he said. "Now tell me what happened, in your own words. Start from when things started to go sideways." We stumbled through it. Eric talked first, defaulting to the part of the story that felt easiest to frame. The bar, the staff drink, the bottle with no label. Tom filled in the part about Mike approaching us, the offer of the backside shoot. Luis handled the logistics, the staff gate, the key card, the way the snowcat road had led us out of sight of everyone else. When it was my turn, I talked about the slope, how it had felt different, how they had disappeared. I did not mention the voice at my ear. Not yet. It felt too intimate, too surreal. Like saying it out loud would make it sound like a hallucination. As we spoke, the younger officer wrote. Occasionally he would pause, glance at the sheriff, then scribble again. Their radio hissed from time to time, someone else's call cutting in and out. "So," the sheriff said slowly once we had finished the first pass, "you're telling me a resort employee took you through a restricted gate, gave you something to drink from an unmarked bottle, and then left you up on an ungroomed slope?" "Yes," I said. "That's what happened." "What did he look like?" the younger officer asked. "We talking bartender? Patroller? Lifty?" "Hoodie with the logo," I said. "Beard. 30s, maybe 40s. He said his name was Mike. He had a staff pass on a lanyard. We saw him swipe a gate reader. You can check that. It has to log, right?" The sheriff's eyes flicked to the younger cop. The younger cop shrugged one shoulder, almost imperceptibly. "We'll review access logs," he said, "and the cameras." The sheriff rubbed his chin, fingers rasping over stubble. "You boys have anything else to drink today?" he asked. Before that bottle? A beer each at the bar, Luis said. That's it. We're not idiots. Speak for yourself, Eric muttered, then added louder. We weren't pounding shots or anything. We were riding. Hydrating? The younger officer said. Water? Gatorade? On and off, I said. Why does that matter? The sheriff's mouth twitched, not quite a smile. Just trying to figure how much of this is whatever mystery mix you took, and how much is altitude and dehydration, he said. You're at 9,000 feet, you know. A couple beers can go a long way. It was that tone, not openly mocking, not dismissive, just a shade too close to adults talking to kids who had gotten into Dad's liquor cabinet. Maybe you boys had a little too much fun. Maybe you misjudged. Maybe you got spooked. He did not say it directly, but it hung in the air. We're not trying to blame the mountain because we fell, I said, hearing my own voice get sharper. We ride. We know the difference. This wasn't that. The younger officer lifted his hands, pacifying. Nobody's saying you're lying, he said. We just gotta separate fact from perception. You did say your head was fuzzy out there. It was fuzzy because someone gave us something, Tom snapped, then winced at his own volume. We'll check the cameras, the young cop repeated. We'll see who was in and out of the bar, who used gates. If there's a guy matching your description, we'll find him. He said it like a line he had said before. While they talked, my attention drifted for a moment to the far side of the room. Behind a low counter facing the door sat a bank of monitors. 4 small screens, each divided into quarters showing different camera feeds. Most of them were static shots of lift lines, lodge entrances, parking lots. Tiny people moved through them, heads bowed against the cold. One of the feeds caught my eye. It was a hallway, narrow, utilitarian. In the frame, for just a second, a man in a dark hoodie pushed a rolling rack loaded with boards and skis. His head was turned slightly, beard visible. The resort logo flashed on his chest when he passed under a light. My heart dropped. That's him, I said, pointing involuntarily. Right there. That's... Before I could finish, the employee manning the desk, a woman in her 40s with tired eyes and a staff badge that said Jen, reached over and tapped a button. The image jumped, then shifted to a different camera, a wide shot of the main lodge deck, people flowing across it like ants. That was earlier in the day, she said quickly, not quite looking at me. Inventory has nothing to do with this. The sheriff glanced back at the screen, then at her. We'll pull the footage for the time window, Jen, he said. Don't worry about it right now. She nodded, lips pressed together. The younger officer kept writing. His pen scratched faster. The sheriff turned back to us. Look, he said. I'm not saying nothing happened. I've been doing this a long time. I've seen plenty of bad decisions on good snow days. Sometimes it's other people who take advantage of that. What I need you boys to understand is, these kinds of accusations against staff, they're serious. We can't just go around telling folks there's some predator working the lifts unless we've got more than a good day gone bad and a mystery bottle. I get that, I said. But we didn't imagine a keycard gate, or a guy who knew every trail name, or the way we all went down at almost the same time. He held my gaze for a long moment, then sighed. We'll review the cameras, he said again. We'll check keycard logs, talk to bar staff, see who was on shift. If there's something there, we'll find it. For now, I'd suggest you drink some water, get some rest, and maybe think twice next time someone hands you something with no label. conversation shifted after that. They asked about symptoms, how fast it hit, whether anyone puked, if there were gaps in memory. Patrol talked about possible drug cocktails, how altitude can amplify everything. It became clinical, almost safe, like we were just another bullet point in a preseason training manual. While they talked, I watched Jen at the monitor bank. She pretended not to listen, eyes flicking between feeds, fingers hovering over the controls. At one point, when the sheriff and the officer were focused on Eric answering a question, she leaned back, rubbing her forehead. That was when I heard it. Very soft, almost under her breath. A sentence that should have gotten lost under the hum of the fluorescent light and the vending machine. I told them this would happen again. The words were barely sound, more like the shape of sound, but they slid across the room and lodged themselves in my skull. She realized I was looking at her a second later. Her mouth snapped shut. Her eyes widened just a fraction, then went flat, professional. "What was that?" I asked. "Nothing," she said, too fast. The vending machine hummed. The mini fridge clicked. The fluorescent tube in the corner flickered, then stayed on. In the end, they put it on paper in the neatest, smallest way possible. The young officer read the summary back to us while his pen tapped against the clipboard. His handwriting was the kind that had been trained for forms. Tight, uniform, easy to scan. 4 adult males, he said. Reported dizziness, collapse, and possible loss of consciousness after consuming unknown beverage provided by unidentified male in resort apparel. Potential drink tampering and theft involved. No current suspects. He paused, then added something under his breath as he wrote. Recommended. Review of bar and access point cameras. The sheriff signed at the bottom, his pen scratching with just a bit more weight than the younger guys. The words on the page did not look like what had happened to us. They looked like something you could file and forget. Just another weird line item in a season's worth of incidents. They did not talk about voices on empty slopes, or gates opened with key cards, or cameras still looping. They did not mention the way one patroller looked at another when we said back gate. They certainly did not talk about the part where someone had leaned down next to my head and whispered that I should have drunk more. After the paperwork came the resort's version of making it right. A manager we had not seen before appeared in the doorway. Late 30s, hair gelled in a way that did not match the mountains, polo shirt under a branded fleece. He smiled the way people smile in customer service training videos. "Guys," he said, "rough day, huh?" We stared at him. "We are really sorry this happened during your visit," he went on, the sentence clearly something he had said before, maybe in emails about lost luggage or broken rentals. "We take guest safety seriously. While law enforcement and our internal team look into the matter, we'd like to offer you some complimentary day passes for a future date." He set a small stack of slick plastic cards on the table. They had the resort logo on them, mountains in blue and white. Any day, Comp was printed in bold letters across the bottom. "We'll throw in a parking voucher too," he added, like that was the part that might sell it. No one reached for the passes. "We're not coming back," Luis said eventually, voice flat. The manager's smile dimmed a few lumens, then flicked back up. "I understand you're shaken," he said. "Totally understandable. Just hang on to them, okay? You don't have to decide tonight. Season runs a while." He slid the passes a little closer with 2 fingers, as if proximity might change our minds. Then he pulled out a couple of sheets of paper from a folder he had tucked under his arm. The print was dense, lines of legal language shrinking toward the bottom. Also, he said, our insurance folks like us to have statements on file, just so everything's clear in terms of what was reported tonight. It helps avoid, misunderstandings if anything ends up online or in local media. He said online like it was a contagion. He flipped one of the pages around so it faced us, tapping near the bottom where the signature line sat. It's mostly just acknowledging you've spoken with law enforcement, that the resort responded appropriately, that you're not making any claims at this time. Standard for incidents involving potential alcohol or medical issues. Is that a non-disclosure? Tom asked, squinting. The manager gave a little laugh. Oh, no, he said quickly. Nothing like that. You're free to talk about your experience. It just clarifies that you're not alleging negligence before an investigation is done. Helps everyone stay on the same page. I scanned the top paragraph. The words blurred together under my headache, but phrases jumped out. Agrees not to make defamatory public statements. Acknowledges that resort staff provided timely aid. Understands that media inquiries will be directed to... I pushed the paperback toward him. I'm not signing that, I said. Me neither, Luis added. Eric just shook his head. Tom snorted softly. The manager's smile died properly this time. It did not come back. All right, he said after a beat, gathering the papers. That's your choice. He slid the comp passes back into his folder, too. We'll hold on to these for now, he said. If you change your mind, guest services can help. He left without looking back at Jen or the monitors. They let us go not long after. No one said we had to stay overnight for observation. No one suggested we talk to a doctor beyond the patroller who had checked for concussions and hypothermia. The sheriff shook each of our hands on the way out, his grip firm. Drive safe, he said. Watch for black ice on the way down. Storm's not done yet. He might as well have been talking to any other group heading home after a long day on the hill. Outside, the night had settled fully over the resort. The parking lot lights painted everything in harsh cones of yellow. Exhaust from idling SUVs hung in low clouds. People moved between vehicles, loading gear, slamming doors, laughter flashing and dying as they disappeared inside. We found my car, buried under a fresh layer of snow, windshield wipers frozen in place. Clearing it took longer than it should have. Every motion felt like I was moving underwater. When we finally pulled out of the lot, the resort in the rear view looked like any other mountain postcard. A cluster of warm lights at the base of a dark silhouette. Trails glowing faintly under lamps. Everything framed in white. It took less than 5 minutes for that to vanish when we merged onto I-70. Night highways in winter have their own particular bleakness. The world shrank to the twin cones of our headlights, the occasional reflective post, the dull glow of distant towns smeared against low clouds. The median was a long, crusted ridge of plowed snow, gray and black, where exhaust and grit had stained it. The lanes themselves were mostly clear, but occasional streaks of slush squealed under the tires. The wipers worked constantly, squeaking as they pushed dirty meltwater up and over the glass. Every so often, a truck coming the opposite way would send a spray that hit our windshield hard enough to make me flinch. The world outside briefly disappearing in a sheet of grime and glare until the wipers hacked it away. Headlights from oncoming traffic flared in the dark, bouncing off the snowbanks, strobing across the cabin. For a second at a time, the interior of the car lit up in harsh white blue, freezing everyone's faces into snapshots. Eric stared straight ahead from the passenger seat, jaw tight, hands ghosting every now and then toward the dashboard like he wanted something to hold. The usual stream of jokes and commentary was gone. In the back seat, Tom had his forehead leaned against the cool glass, eyes closed, one hand braced on the door. Louis stared into the dark beyond his window, his reflection superimposed over the lights of small exit towns that came and went. None of us said "last run" again. The car's heater hummed, warm air blowing through vents that smelled faintly of old coffee and spilled fast food. The radio was off. The only sounds were the engine, the wipers, the tires humming over asphalt, and the occasional hollow boom when we passed under an overpass. Somewhere after Idaho Springs, the fuel light came on. We pulled off at one of those generic highway clusters, a gas station, a drive-through, a motel squatting behind it all like a tired animal. The gas station's canopy lights buzzed in a way that reminded me too much of the break room fluorescence. The snow in the lot was not fresh anymore. It was brown at the edges, piled into low, dirty mounds where plows had shoved it aside. I slid my card into the pump, fingers stiff in the cold. The screen flickered, then grudgingly approved. The hose thumped as fuel started moving, that faint rushing sound coming up through the handle. My breath fogged in front of me, hanging in the harsh white light. "Gonna get coffee," I said. "You guys want anything?" Mumbled no's, a vague shrug from Tom. They did not move. Inside, the gas station was its own small universe of tired light and bad smells. The bell over the door chimed weakly when I stepped in. The floor tiles were scuffed, streaked with dirty water. Half the shelves were half empty. Bags of chips, beef jerky, candy bars with dusty corners. The coffee station sat under a flickering neon sign that said "hot drinks" in letters that had lost half their red coating. The glass pots on the burners held liquid that looked more like tea than coffee, but I poured a cup anyway, watching the thin stream fill a cheap paper cup. The smell was burnt and bitter, but it was hot, and that was enough. Somewhere in the back, a microwave beeped. The air carried the unmistakable scent of a burrito being resurrected from frozen, wrapped in damp paper. It mixed with the smell of cleaning chemicals and the faint rubber of mop buckets. I paid at the counter, the clerk barely looking up as he rang me through. His eyes were on the small TV mounted near the ceiling, where some late local news was playing silently, subtitles crawling along the bottom. When I stepped back outside, the bell chimed again. The cold hit my face like a wall. My breath came out in a white plume that dissipated quickly under the canopy lights. I took 3 steps toward the car before I saw it. A white pickup was pulling out from the far end of the lot, near the darker edge where the lights did not quite reach. The paint was coated in a thin film of road grime and slushy mud, streaked along the sides. The bed was fitted with a low rack, and lashed to it, haphazardly, were several skis and a couple of snowboards. They were bundled together in 2s and 3s with bungee cords, tails bouncing slightly as the truck rolled over a pothole. For a second, one of the boards caught the light just right. The design on the base flashed, a pattern I recognized not because it was rare, but because I had watched it all day. Tom's board, or one just like it. The license plate was there, but a crust of snow and mud obscured everything but the state name. The numbers and letters were buried under frozen slop. The truck's taillights glowed red as it paused at the edge of the lot. Its exhaust puffed in steady bursts, white in the cold. Then it turned right, away from us, onto the ramp. For a moment, as it angled to merge onto the highway, I could see the driver's side mirror, just a dark shape in the glass, a suggestion of a face behind it, too far, too quick. The headlights of an oncoming car hit the mirror and turned it into a starburst, erasing whatever had been there. The pickup accelerated up the ramp and vanished into the stream of headlights and taillights on I-70, just another vehicle heading somewhere else. I stood there in the cold, coffee burning my fingers through the thin cardboard, watching the spot where it had disappeared. My hand was shaking, but I could not tell if it was from the chill or something deeper. I could have run back inside, asked the clerk if there were cameras on the lot, if he had seen who got out of that truck. I could have sprinted to the car, yelled at Eric to follow, tried to chase it down the highway like some vigilante. I did none of that. I stood under the buzzing light, sleeve still faintly stained where I had spit out a stranger's drink, and realized I did not even know what I would be chasing if I tried. By the time I got into the car and pulled the door shut, the heater's hum felt louder than it had before. The roads were open. The report was filed. The file had a neat little line about possible drink tampering and theft. Out there, somewhere ahead or behind us, someone was driving home with a bed full of gear that did not belong to them. And from the way the world had already started smoothing over the edges of what happened, I understood why they might feel safe enough to do it again. The first winter after it happened did not arrive with any big moment. It just leaked in around the edges of my life. At the shop, the first sign was the air compressor wheezing harder in the mornings. Cold oil makes everything complain. The big tank in the back corner would shudder when it kicked on, metal vibrating, hose lines twitching like veins. The radio, permanently tuned to some country station none of us remembered picking, started running more truck ads and holiday jingles between songs about heartbreak and back roads. The place had its own ecosystem of sound and smell. Impact wrenches chattering, ratchets clicking, some guy on the next bay over dropping a socket and swearing as it rolled under a tool chest. The floor was stained a permanent black-brown from years of oil spills and brake dust, no amount of mopping doing more than rearranging it. The air always had that same blend: burned oil, cold metal, cheap hand soap from the employee bathroom. I used to love winter in a quiet way. It meant business picked up. People needed snow tires, brakes checked, fluids topped off. It meant late drives up I-70 and early mornings under chairlifts. It meant dumb group chat messages on Friday afternoons. Luis sending a screenshot of the forecast. Eric replying with nothing but fire emojis and I-70 this weekend in all caps. That year, the group chat went quiet when the first snow hit Denver. I was in the break room the day I realized the season had really started. We had a tiny TV mounted in the corner near the microwave, older than some of the guys who worked there. The volume was always low, just enough to cut the silence when no one felt like talking. I was standing at the counter, pouring coffee from the communal pot. Thin, bitter stuff that tasted like it had been sitting on the burner for hours, when a commercial caught my eye. Bright colors, big music, families in matching jackets, a drone shot of a sunlit ridge, trees flocked with perfect snow. The logo at the end was the resorts. They had cut together all the usual lies, kids laughing as they fell into powder that never stung their faces, couples clinking drinks on a sunny deck, a quick shot of a lift gliding over a bowl, as if nothing bad had ever happened under those chairs. The The sky in the commercial was that impossible cobalt blue they use in travel brochures, not the bruised purple it had been the day my legs stopped listening. "Winter's calling," the announcer said, too cheerful. "Answer it at..." I walked over and jabbed the power button harder than I needed to. The screen jumped to black. For a second, my reflection stared back at me. Helmet hair grown out. Grease smeared along my jawline I had not noticed yet. Eyes a little too tired for my age. "Commercial break ruin your day or what?" my boss called from the other bay. "Just sick of hearing about snow," I said. That was not entirely true. I missed it like a phantom limb and hated it at the same time. We did see each other, the four of us, in the months after. Denver is not that big if you have a small enough circle. Luis was the first to make a move I had not been able to bring myself to consider. He came by the shop one Saturday around noon, ducking under the partially raised bay door, hands stuffed deep in his jacket pockets. The cold followed him in, dragging a little swirl of outside air with it. "Got a second?" he asked. We ended up leaning against the wall by the tire racks, away from the noise of the lifts and jacks. He scuffed his boot on a dark stain, staring at the ground for a moment. "I sold my board," he said. I blinked. "What?" "All of it," he went on. "Board, boots, helmet, whole setup. Posted it online last week. Some kid from Littleton grabbed it. I threw in the bag for free." "Damn," I said. It sounded weak even to me. He shrugged, mouth tight. "I'm done with snow," he said simply. "I know that sounds dramatic, but I don't know. Every time I see a mountain on a billboard now, I think of that slope, of waking up unable to move, of realizing nobody was watching. I don't need that in my life again." I did not argue. There was nothing to argue with. Eric went the other way, at least on the surface. We started meeting up at a dive bar off Colfax instead of in parking lots at 6 a.m. He picked it. Sticky floors, neon beer signs, pool table missing 2 balls, jukebox that got stuck on the same 3 songs. "We got jumped. We lived. Whatever," he said one night, shrugging away my attempt to bring up the resort. "People get mugged in the city all the time. We just picked the wrong mountain idiots to trust." He said it like a story he had told himself enough times it almost sounded right, like he had framed it as a bar fight, something you could put behind you with enough beers. Then his hand shook when he lifted his bottle, just a little tremor, enough to rattle the glass against his teeth. He set it down too fast, some of the beer sloshing out onto the warped wood of the table. "Cold in here," he muttered, but the bar was oversold with body heat, and we both knew it. Tom was the quietest. He did not want to meet at bars much. We ended up at his place a few times, sitting on his couch while some streaming show played in the background, neither of us paying attention. His GoPro sat on a shelf in the corner, lens pointed at nothing. Dust had started to gather on the mount. "You ever watch the footage from that day?" I asked once, not sure if I wanted to hear the answer. He shook his head. "Deleted it," he said. "Accidentally?" "No." He took a long pull from his soda, swallowed. I sat down one night, plugged the card into my laptop, and saw the date on the folder. I didn't even open it, just selected the whole thing and hit delete, then emptied the trash. I used to go through every run frame by frame, make dumb edits, post wipeouts online. Now I can't stand the idea that there was a clip of us following that guy through a door. "Maybe it would help to see it," I said. "Like, prove to yourself it was real." He shook his head again. "I believe it was real," he said quietly. "That's the problem. They all reacted in their own ways. I pretended I was fine, went to work, came home, microwaved leftovers, scrolled my phone until my eyes hurt. The nightmares did not care about any of that. They did not start immediately. For a few weeks, I slept like someone who had been bludgeoned, straight through, dead, dreamless. Then little fragments started sliding under the edges of my nights. At first, it was just the gate. In the dream, I was walking down that narrow hallway again, the one with the employees only sign half covered by the corkboard. The fluorescent light buzzed overhead, flickering. Mike was a few steps ahead of me, lanyard swinging. He pressed his pass to the reader, and the LED changed from red to green. The sound of the lock releasing, bzzz, click, always landed wrong, too loud, too final. When the gate swung open, there was not snow on the other side. Sometimes it was just black. Sometimes it was my bedroom, empty and wrong, my own bed sitting in the middle of a slope. The worst ones were the half-wake dreams, the ones where I became aware of my room exactly as it was. The cracked line in the ceiling, the faint glow from the streetlight through the blinds, the hum of my fridge in the other room. Except I could not move. My body would be a weight I was stuck inside. I would hear boots, heavy, slow, circling the bed. The tread on them was wrong. They sounded like snow boots on carpet, crisp, crunching, where there should have been muffled steps. Sometimes, the sound would stop right by my head. I could feel the depression on the mattress, like someone had put a knee there. Breath would move across my ear. The same voice from the slope would lean in, close, and I would hear it whisper something I could never quite catch. Words dissolving just before I could understand them. I would wake up gasping, heart galloping in my chest, sweat cooling on my skin, the room empty. I told myself it was just my brain replaying trauma. That was what everyone said, if I said anything at all. My mind trying to make sense of something it did not have file space for. The thing that bothered me was how it bled into waking life. One night in early December, I had gone to bed late. The shop had been busy all day, people rushing in to swap tires now that the first serious storm had hit. My back ached from wrestling lug nuts. My hands still smelled faintly of oil and solvent, no matter how much I scrubbed. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the usual apartment sounds, the fridge's compressor kicking on and off, the baseboard heater ticking as it expanded and cooled, a car rolling past outside, tires hissing on wet pavement. At some point, the fridge cycled off. The heater took a breather. For a heartbeat, the apartment fell into that weird, perfect quiet I had started to hate. The same quiet that lives between a lift stopping and starting again, between an engine turning over and catching. Into that silence slid a sound I knew too well now, an engine idling. Not loud, not right under my window, but close enough that I could feel the faint bass of it through the floor. The rhythm of it was almost identical to the pickup on the service road. A little rough in the low end, smooth once it found its groove. It did not rev. It did not move. It just sat there, steady, like whoever was in it was waiting. I tried to tell myself it was a neighbor's truck, someone warming up their engine before heading out on night shift. Normal, ordinary. The sound kept going. 30 seconds, a minute, longer. Finally, I got up. My legs felt like they did on the slope. Heavy, slow. But I swung them over the side of the bed and crossed to the window. The blind cord slapped softly against the wall as I lifted a corner, just enough to look down at the street. A wash of yellow streetlight and the dark ribbon of asphalt met my eyes. The sidewalk glistened where old snow had been pushed aside and refrozen. A few parked cars sagged under thin blankets of frost. At the end of the block, just as I got my eyes focused, I caught the tail end of a truck turning the corner. White, bed empty, or just too dark to see. Rear lights glowing red for a second as it slowed, then brightening as it accelerated out of the turn. The license plate was a dark rectangle, too far away to read. Road grime haloed around it. The engine note changed as it pulled away, climbing, then fading. A moment later, it was just another set of headlights, vanishing into the city. I stood there, fingers tight on the blind cord, the quiet rushing back in around me once the sound was gone. It could have been anyone, any truck, any winter night in Denver. But as I let the blind fall back into place and lay down again, staring at the ceiling, I knew I would be listening for that exact idol every night after, waiting to see if it stopped out front and stayed. Time did not fix anything. It just layered new routines over the old damage. A couple of winters slid by, each one feeling less like a season and more like a test I was barely aware I was taking. I changed my schedule at the shop, taking earlier shifts so my evenings felt longer, like I was squeezing more daylight out of short days. I met new people, not through the mountain, but through friends of friends, guys I worked with, the woman who ran the coffee place next door and knew everyone's business. I even tried dating, in the way you try on a jacket you are not sure you can afford. Quiet dinners, movies, the occasional concert at a small venue where the sound system always seemed too loud for the size of the room. I learned to tell the story of that one bad day on the mountain in a stripped-down, almost funny version. We got drugged, it sucked, 10 out of 10 do not recommend. And then pivot away before the conversation dug too deep. Most people nodded, said something about how crazy the world was getting, and moved on. Every now and then, someone would ask if I still skied or rode. Sometimes, I would say, at smaller places, closer to home. That much was true, eventually. The first time I went back out on snow, it was not my idea. A co-worker named Nate, who had grown up in Kansas and was still in that honeymoon phase of discovering mountains, cornered me in the shop one afternoon in late January. "Dude," he said, leaning on my toolbox, "you used to ride a bunch, right? My cousin hooked us up with comp tickets to this little hill up near Wyoming. 2 lifts, maybe 3 runs. Total bunny slope compared to what you're used to. You should come. No crazy back pulls, no backside shoots." He did not know what that phrase did to my stomach. I had never told him the details. I said no at first. Then he asked again the next day, and the next. "It's not that serious," he said. "Just a day. We'll stick to greens. You can laugh at how bad I am." Eventually, I ran out of excuses. Saying no started to feel like giving that slope more power than it already had. So I went. The hill was tiny compared to the resort from that night. 1 main lift that crawled up a modest rise, 2 shorter chairs branching off. The parking lot was half dirt, half ice, ringed by trucks with no vanity plates and Subarus held together by stickers. The lodge was a squat, brown building that looked like it had been a snack bar in another life. We stayed on the green runs, like I had promised myself. I took it slow, legs stiff at first, muscles remembering and protesting. The snow was more ice than powder, edges chattering. the wind cutting straight through my jacket. Nothing about it was glamorous. Still, standing on a board again, even there, felt like stepping onto a thin bridge over something deep. Every time I saw a door marked staff or employees only, my eyes snagged on it. I kept my distance from the side hallways and loading docks. At one point, I ducked into the lodge to warm up. It was almost empty. Just a few families huddled around plastic tables, kids peeling off gloves with their teeth. The room was lit by buzzing fluorescent tubes and one crooked neon sign advertising some domestic beer. A vending machine in the corner hummed, its coils full of candy bars and off-brand chips. A mini fridge behind the counter clanked when its compressor kicked in. Somewhere above, ductwork rattled as the heater blew lukewarm air through vents that had not been cleaned in a decade. The TV mounted high on the wall played a game show at low volume, laugh-track tinny. For a second, everything overlapped. The hum of the fridge became the hum of the mini fridge in the resort break room. The flicker of a fluorescent tube snagged at the edge of my vision. The low murmur of voices could have been patrol, or the sheriff, or the older man talking about camera loops. My hands started to sweat inside my gloves, even though I was cold. I stepped back outside before the room could fully turn into the one from that night. The air outside slapped me back into that particular version of the present. It became a pattern after that. I would say yes to a small hill, and then spend the whole day tracking exits, staff doors, and where the cameras pointed. I told myself I was getting better. Normal. Then, one slow Sunday afternoon in late fall, no snow on the ground yet, just frost at the edges of lawns and a low ceiling of gray cloud. I made the mistake of opening Facebook Marketplace. I had logged in to sell a set of tires someone had abandoned at the shop. Once the listing was up, habit took over. I scrolled through random categories, tools I did not need, couches I would never buy, cars I could not afford. The algorithm decided I wanted outdoor gear and started feeding me used bikes, camp stoves, old tents. Eventually, snowboards and skis started appearing. Most of them were the usual junk: chipped edges, outdated bindings, ugly designs from forgotten seasons. People posed them in garages, leaning them against cracked drywall or oily concrete. I flicked past them, not really looking for anything, just letting the pictures slide by. Then one caught my eye. It was a board, mid-range brand, nothing special. The seller had propped it against a chain-link fence in what looked like a backyard somewhere far from any mountain. Flat horizon, thin trees, a line of houses in the background that all looked the same. The listing title was generic: Snowboard Plus Bindings, Good Shape. What stopped me was not the model. It was the design on the base. It was a black board with a diagonal streak of teal cutting across it, broken up by white geometric shapes. I recognized it immediately. I had watched it all day, from the lift, from behind it on runs, from where it lay in the snow when its owner wiped out. It was the board that had been in front of me in the bar, leaned up against the wall. The board strapped to Tom's feet when he followed Eric off the lip. I told myself the odds were not that bad. That graphic had been part of a run for a couple seasons. Plenty of people owned it. Then I zoomed in. Marketplace images are always bad. Compressed, overexposed, grainy. But even through that, I could make out a narrow gouge along one edge of the base, near the tail. It was not a factory mark. It ran at a weird angle, shallow but long. I had given Tom shit about it once, told him he carved like he was trying to saw the mountain in half. Just above the gouge, near the binding, I saw a sticker, faded now, but still legible. A cartoon hot dog on skis, wearing sunglasses, some dumb logo from a food truck we had stopped at on a random trip 2 winters before everything went wrong. Tom had slapped that sticker on his board at my kitchen table, laughing. My thumb hovered above the screen. The room around me, the hum of my fridge, the occasional plumbing noise in the walls, went thin, like the volume had dropped. The listing said the seller was in a town 3 states away, nowhere near our resort. The profile picture was generic, a silhouette, no real name, just a first name that might not have been one at all. The description under the photo said, "Joined Facebook 2 months ago." My heart picked up. I hit message seller before I could talk myself out of it. "Hey," I typed, "is this still available?" The 3 dots appeared almost immediately, then disappeared, then appeared again. Whoever was on the other end was there, phone in hand. "Yeah," the reply came through. "Still got it." "How long have you had it?" I asked. A pause. "Couple years," they wrote. "Used it a handful of times. Rides great." My fingers hovered over the keyboard. I thought about playing dumb, asking about flex, size, something gear nerdy. Instead, I zoomed in on the photo again. The sticker stared back at me, smirking. "Where'd you get it?" I typed. "Just curious." The dots again? Longer this time. I could almost see the person thinking on the other side. "Got it from a friend of a friend," the reply finally came. "He used to work at a mountain out west. I'm more into skiing, so just trying to get rid of it." My chest felt tight. "Which mountain?" I wrote. The message marked as sent, instantly. Then, after a second, delivered. A few seconds later, the tiny circle with the seller's profile picture slid down next to my question. Seen. The 3 dots did not appear. I waited. A minute. 2. Long enough to hear my fridge cycle off in the kitchen and the heater kick on in the hallway. Long enough for my own reflection to fade in and out of the phone screen as the light outside shifted behind the blinds. No reply. I backed out of the chat, fingers suddenly cold, and refreshed the listing page. The board was still there. I watched the little blue line at the top of the app crawl across, refreshed again and again. 10 minutes later, the listing vanished. "Item no longer available," the app said. The thumbnail blurred, then disappeared from the feed, replaced by something else. A pair of kids' skis, someone's old boots, a sled. I went back to the conversation. The messages were still there, but the seller's name had changed to Facebook user. Their profile picture was now a gray placeholder silhouette. I stared at the screen until my eyes started to burn. Outside, a car rolled past, tires hissing over dry pavement. Somewhere down the block, a truck's engine idled briefly, then switched off. On my phone, the last thing the seller had responded to was that vague line, "A mountain out west." When I asked which mountain, they had read it, and then silently stepped away. It took me a long time to admit that I was not going to be able to just move on without knowing if we were a freak accident or part of something bigger. It started small. Nights when I could not sleep, I would sit at my kitchen table with my laptop open, the same table where I am writing this now. The overhead light was too bright, so I would leave just the little lamp on the counter, its shade crooked, throwing a pale cone across the table. Outside, the street was quiet. Inside, the only sounds were the soft whir of the laptop fan, the distant hum of the fridge, and occasionally the pipes in the wall making that low, haunted knocking they do when someone 2 floors up runs hot water. At first, I searched the obvious stuff. The resort's name plus drugged, plus gear stolen, plus staff gate. Most of what came back were reviews complaining about expensive burgers and lift tickets, a couple of news blurbs about isolated thefts from vehicles in the parking lot, written in the same bland language as our report. I broadened it. Ski resort drink spiked. Passed out on run, gear gone. Snowboard stolen after blackout. I got a lot of noise. Stories about college kids getting wrecked in base bars, people losing skis after leaving them in communal racks, hangovers that ended in missing helmets. For a while, I told myself that was good news. Maybe we really were just uniquely unlucky. Maybe we had run into one bad actor, and he was gone now. Then, one night, buried 3 or 4 pages deep in search results, I found a link that made my stomach drop. It was not an article. It was a forum thread on a ski message board I had not visited since college, the kind with a dated layout and usernames that looked like jokes from another era. The thread title was simple. Anyone else blacked out on the backside at resort name? I clicked it. The original post was 3 paragraphs, written in that defensive, half-joking tone people use when they are not sure if they are going to be believed. The user said he had been riding late in the season, snow soft and sun high. He and a buddy had been approached at the bar by a staff guy named Mike, who offered to show them an off-map run only locals know. Staff hoodie, lanyard, the works. The guy had a bottle, some kind of energy drink mix, I thought. And they all took swigs before following him through a back gate and down some unmarked face. The writer said he remembered the first few turns, then nothing. Next thing he knew, he was waking up on a groomer halfway back to the main front side, patrol loading him into a sled. He was told he and his buddy had been found 10 minutes before last sweep, both drunk out of their minds, according to the report. His skis, his buddy's board, and both their helmets were gone. He said he had tried to tell patrol and local cops that someone had taken them through a staff gate and given them something. Said he had mentioned the name Mike. The response was almost word for word what we had heard. You shouldn't take drinks from strangers. Altitude and alcohol don't mix. We'll review camera footage. Nothing ever came of it, he wrote. Insurance said it was on us. Everyone treated us like idiots. Curious if anyone else had weird experiences with guides up there, or if we just got played. The replies were a mess of sarcasm and half-serious questions. Bro, you got too wasted. Backside's not for gapers. You sure it wasn't just fireball and bad judgment? A couple of posters said they had never heard of any official backside shoot, just locals ducking ropes and getting banned for it. One person asked if he had gotten the guy's full name. He had not. No one took his mention of Mike seriously. I sat there staring at the screen, the glow painting my hands in cold light, the laptop fan suddenly sounding much louder. My pulse thudded in my ears. It could have been coincidence. Mike is a common name. Staff get overzealous sometimes. People exaggerate. But the combination, backgate, unmarked bottle, blackout, missing gear, no suspect, felt too precise. I started digging in earnest after that. Nights blurred into each other. I went from Google to Reddit, to old message boards with names like Snow Junkies and Chairlift Confessions. I used every combination of phrases I could think of. Staff guide secret stash, off-map run free gear, lost consciousness on ungroomed face, mystery bottle ski bar. I narrowed by region, by resort, by date. Patterns started to emerge. It was never front-page news. That was what struck me first. The stories were scattered, tucked into local police blotters, or buried in comments under unrelated posts. A sheriff's report from another mountain, 2 hours up a different highway. 2 adult males found semi-conscious near boundary line. Possible alcohol, drug involvement, property missing. No suspects. A Reddit post in R skiing from 5 years back. Got taken to a secret stash by a local at another resort. Ended up puking my guts out in the trees. Woke up with no board. Patrol said I probably just left it and someone grabbed it. A comment under that. Dude, something similar happened to my cousin in Utah. Some dude with a shop sticker on his helmet offered to show him a line. Passed around a bottle. Next thing he knows, he's in clinic and his skis are gone. Always the same general beats. Late in the day, often late in the season. A local or staff-looking guy at a bar or mid-mountain restaurant. An off-menu run, backside, side country, secret glades that doesn't show up on the trail map. A bottle passed around, no label. Tastes like Gatorade with a kick. Then, nothing. Black gaps. Waking up on a groomer or in a clinic. Missing gear. Cops almost always chalked it up to drunk kids, plus opportunistic theft. Resort statements, when there were any, talked about isolated incidents and urged guests to drink responsibly and keep an eye on their belongings. On some level, I understood their angle. Legally, it was cleaner to say we had made bad choices. It was easier to sell lift tickets if the biggest threat people faced was their own stupidity. But reading through these scattered accounts in my dim kitchen, with the hum of my fridge and the occasional car passing outside, I started to see something else. It was not one guy in my head anymore. It did not feel like some lone predator haunting a single resort. It felt organized in a loose, opportunistic way. People who worked at or around mountains, or knew enough to fake it. People who knew where cameras pointed and where they did not. People who understood patrol sweep patterns and how long a body could lay somewhere before anyone got truly nervous. A small winter economy that ran parallel to the legitimate one. Seasonal workers and locals with just enough access to backhauls and staff gates. Bring some kids out of bounds. Slip them something mixed in a sports drink. Walk away with a few $1,000s of gear. Move it a state or two over. Sell it online under a new profile. Got it from a friend of a friend. No questions? It solved something that had been bothering me for a long time. Why go to so much trouble just to steal skis? The boarding and ski world is expensive. Boards, bindings, boots, jackets. It adds up. You do that a dozen times in a season. Cross a few mountains. Maybe for a few winters. It starts to look like income. I told myself I might be seeing patterns because I wanted them. Because the alternative, that what happened to us was random, did not sit any better in my head. Paranoia on the internet is its own kind of drug. Then I went back to that first thread. I had left the tab open, half buried behind others. When I clicked back to it, the forum page had timed out and reloaded, bouncing me to the top. I sighed and flicked the scroll wheel to get back down to the original post. My fingers slipped. page overshot, bouncing me up past the place I had stopped before. The blue-gray background blurred, lines of text smearing together until I took my hand off the mouse. When the page finally stopped moving, the date under the thread title landed right under my cursor. Posted, March 18th, year. For a second, my brain did not do the math. It was just a string of words and numbers. Then it clicked. Our trip, the day with Mike, the slope, the bottle, had been almost exactly a year to the week after that date. Same resort, same general time of season, late March, when the snow was still good, but the crowds were thinning. When staff started talking about summer jobs and nobody wanted trouble that might cost them their end-of-season bonus. I scrolled down to check the timestamp. Late afternoon, about the same time of day we had walked through that gate. I sat back in my chair. The lamp on the counter hummed faintly. The fridge clicked off in the other room, leaving a sudden, hollow quiet hanging in the apartment. I had been telling myself for years that what happened to us could have happened any time, that it was a freak alignment of bad luck and bad people. Staring at that date, at that simple March 18, under someone else's story about a staff guy named Mike, I realized something worse. It had not been any time. It had been their time, their season. And seasons, especially on mountains, have a way of coming back around. I am writing this with the cheap kitchen light buzzing above my head and my laptop half balanced between an old water ring and a pile of unopened mail. On the screen in front of me is the Submit Your Story page for some horror channel on YouTube. You know the kind of form I mean. Little boxes for your name, your email, a drop-down asking, is this true? Like that is something you can check or uncheck and make it easier to carry. The cursor is blinking in a big, empty text field. It feels like it has been blinking there for hours. In my apartment, the fridge has just stopped humming. It always does this. Runs loud for a while, then cuts off in a way that feels too sudden, like someone pulled the plug on the whole building. When it stops, there is always that 1 second where everything goes dead quiet. No compressor, no heater fan, no neighbor's TV bleeding through the wall. Just a thick, heavy stillness. You know how some silences feel peaceful? This is not that kind. The heater gives its usual delayed response. First, the faint tick, tick, tick of metal expanding. Then a low thump somewhere in the wall. Then finally, the soft roar of air starting to move through dusty vents. From outside, through the closed window over the sink, I can hear the distant smear of traffic on the highway. Just a constant low whoosh, like the whole city is breathing in and out. Someone on my floor closes their door a little too hard, the latch clicking like a lock on something more important than a one-bedroom in Denver. I am not telling you any of this because it is special. I am telling you because I need you to understand that this is not being written in a cabin in the woods, or a motel off some haunted road, or a hospital room with flickering lights. It is a regular Tuesday night. My sink is full of dishes I should have washed yesterday. There is a stain on the wall I keep meaning to paint over. My phone is face down next to the laptop, buzzing every so often with notifications I am ignoring. And I am about to tell you something that is going to sound, to you, exactly like all the made-up stories people send to channels like this to rack up views. I get that. I watch these videos too. I listen to people talk about things that happened to a friend of a friend, or back in 2009. or on some back road in West Virginia, and I judge them the way everyone else does. I pick apart the details, try to catch the exaggerations, tell myself I would know if they were lying. I know how this will sound. It might as well be fiction. It would be easier if it was. But it happened. It happened to me and to 3 other people who had to ride home in silence that night and figure out how to go back to jobs and bills like some part of them had not been left on a blind spot of a mountain. And I need this to live somewhere other than just in my head. I have thought about writing it all down before. Not like this. Maybe a police report addendum, an email to the resort's corporate office, some long, angry Reddit post. Every time I got close, something shut down in me. It was too easy to imagine the responses. You were drunk. You should not have followed a stranger. You are just mad you lost your toys. This channel is different for one stupid reason. It does not pretend it is going to fix anything. It just collects stories and drops them into other people's late nights. That feels honest in a way. The reason I am doing this now, specifically, is because of a 30-second video that auto-played between 2 completely unrelated clips on YouTube this morning while I was eating leftover pizza over my sink. I was not looking for it. I had clicked on some car repair video, something about diagnosing a weird rattle in a Civic. The ad break hit, and I was halfway through a bite when I saw a familiar ridgeline, white peaks, dark trees, a sweep of open snow. A drone shot flew over the resort. You know the style. The camera skims along a ridge, dips down toward a bowl full of tiny, happy skiers, then pulls up dramatically so you can see the whole system of lifts and trails like a diagram of fun. Except they did something different in this one. They pushed farther than I have ever seen them go in a promo clip. The drone sailed over the main front side, past the groomed runs and the happy families, and then swung wide, sliding around the back of the mountain. For a second, the camera caught a wide, untouched slope, framed by trees and a ridge of rock I recognized in a way that made my stomach twist. I had never seen that face in any of their marketing before. Never seen them show anything that far off the map. Big white letters appeared on the screen over that shot. Crisp and cheerful. New terrain coming next winter. The narrator's voice, too bright for the footage, said something about expanding to the backside, about unlocking hidden potential, about more ways to explore. The ad ended on a shot of the base area lit up at dusk. Everyone clinking drinks on the deck, kids running around in neon helmets. The logo flashed. The slogan did its job. A button popped up, inviting me to learn more. Instead of clicking it, I closed my laptop so hard the fork on my plate jumped. All day, at the shop, it sat in the back of my mind. While I swapped tires and checked oil and listened to customers complain about the price of snow tires, I kept seeing that drone shot in my head. The angle of the slope, the trees, the way the light hit it at that exact time of day. You need to understand something for that to make sense. This is not just a story about one bad run. It is about the way mountains and people and seasons line up for certain kinds of things. It is about how easy it is to disappear in places that are designed to move people through, not count them one by one. It is about what people are willing to do when they know where the cameras point and where they do not. And it is about the part I have not told anyone yet, not even the guys who were with me. The part I am supposed to be more ashamed of than anything else. A few weeks before I saw that ad, before the resort started bragging about new backside terrain, I went back up there. not for fun. Not because I woke up one day and decided I suddenly loved that place again. I went because my job decided we needed team building, and somebody in HR had a brother who knew a guy at the resort who could get us a package deal on lift tickets and lodging. When the email first went around at work, subject line, "Winter Team Getaway," my gut reaction was to delete it. I could feel my heartbeat in my throat, just scanning the words, 2 nights on the mountain, and closing out the season together. I hovered over the decline button for the invite. Thought about saying I was sick, or broke, or had some family thing I could not get out of. Thought about just quitting instead of going. Then I thought about trying to explain to Nate from Kansas why I could not ride a chairlift with the rest of the crew. I pictured the look he would give me, confused, a little disappointed, the way people look when you tell them you are scared of airplanes or elevators. In the end, I could not come up with a good enough excuse that did not sound, to other people, like weakness. So I went. I told myself I would just stay on the beginner slopes, like I had at the smaller hill. That I would stick close to my coworkers, always within sight of families and ski school groups, nowhere near any door that had a key card reader next to it. We drove up in a caravan of SUVs and sedans. People joking about who was going to wipe out first, whose kids would be able to outski them in a couple of years. HR had booked rooms in one of the slopeside lodges I had never stayed in before, the kind with faux rustic furniture and gas fireplaces on timers. When we checked in, the lobby was full of the same sounds I remembered: boot bags zipping, kids whining, the hiss of jackets rubbing against each other. The same smell too: wet wool, sunscreen, coffee from the bar, something fried in the kitchen. I tried not to look at the walls, at the framed black and white photos of the resort back in the day, at the maps showing trail expansions, at the staff bulletin board half hidden in a side hallway. I told myself I was managing it, that I could fake normal for 48 hours. Later, when I saw that drone shot over the backside in the ad, my first thought was not that they were going to unlock new terrain. It was that I had already been there again. In their parking lot, in their lodges, riding the same lifts with people who had no idea that a few ridge lines over, there were slopes that had never made it onto the map for a reason, and that whatever season those people run, the ones who slip bottles into gloved hands and know which cameras are looping, had not ended. It had just been waiting for the resort to catch up and build it into the brochure. The company bus felt like a school field trip that I had aged out of by 15 years. HR had gone all out. The side of the bus had one of those vinyl wraps advertising some radio station, and inside it smelled like old fabric, coffee, and too much cologne. My coworkers filled the seats with noise, coolers rattling in the aisle, someone already cracking jokes about mandatory fun, the guy from accounting announcing loudly that he had never skied before, but was built different. I sat halfway back, pressed against the window, watching the highway slide by. Frost feathered the lower edge of the glass. Every time the bus hit a bump, the overhead compartments rattled, and a chorus of "whoa" went up, like we were on a roller coaster. I kept my gloved hands folded tight in my lap. It took effort to keep them still. Every time the bus changed lanes, the shadow of my reflection slid across the glass. Older than the kid who had followed a stranger through a gate, but not by as much as I wanted to believe. As we pulled into the resort lot, the noise level doubled. People stood before the bus, had even stopped, grabbing their bags, laughing, talking about rental gear and lessons and who was going to rage at the bar later. HR stood at the front with a clipboard, trying to shout instructions over the chatter. From my window, the resort looked exactly the same and completely different. Same mountain outline against the winter sky. Same clusters of lights along the lower runs. Same scatter of trucks and SUVs half buried in plow piles. But some of the details had shifted. New signage at the entrance, a bigger digital board cycling through trail status, and new terrain coming soon. The logo had been updated, slightly sleeker. There were more banners, more corporate sponsors. The bus doors hissed open, cold air rushed in with the smell of exhaust and snow. People poured down the steps in a stumbling line, the kind that always bottlenecks when someone forgets a bag and has to turn around. I followed them, one hand on the rail, forcing my legs to move like it was any other trip. My boots hit the asphalt with that same soft thud I remembered. The lot was a mix of packed snow and wet patches where the sun had melted through. Somewhere a snowcat beeped while backing up, the sound sharp and mechanical. "Dude, you good?" Nate asked, coming up beside me with his board bag slung over his shoulder. "You look like you're on your way to a dentist appointment, not a ski day." "I'm fine," I lied, "just not a morning person." My fingers twitched inside my gloves. I curled them into fists, then relaxed them slowly, like I was trying to hide a tremor from a cop with a flashlight. We checked in, got our lift tickets, did the group photo in front of the main lodge while someone from HR yelled at us to smile. The whole time, my brain was running a map overlay on everything I saw. This is where the bar is. This is where the hallway to the staff area starts. This is how far it is from the gate you walk through to that blind slope on the other side. I told myself I would stay close to the green runs near the main lifts, always within sight of half the company. That plan lasted about an hour. People split off as soon as they got comfortable. Beginners to ski school, the confident ones to blues and blacks, the bored ones to the bar. At some point before lunch, I ended up alone near the back of the lodge. I was not trying to. I had followed a couple of coworkers down in Easy Blue, watched them peel off to meet their partners at the Mid-Mountain restaurant, then found myself drifting with the flow of people back toward the base area. By the time I took my board off and walked into the main building, the friends I had ridden up with were already swallowed by the crowd. The hallway behind the kitchens still smelled like fry oil and dish soap. Steam drifted out from the service door whenever it swung open, carrying the scent of boiling something. Pasta, maybe, or soup from a bag. The floor was wet in spots where melted snow had pooled and not yet been mopped. And there, just like a scar someone had tried to cover with makeup, was the gate. "Staff only," the sign said now, in bolder letters than I remembered. The paint on the metal frame was fresh, a shade cleaner and brighter than the walls around it. The key card reader next to it had been upgraded, sleeker, with a small blue LED glowing steady. I did not touch it. I did not get closer than I had to. But I stopped, just for a second, longer than you stop when you are truly ignoring something. As if in slow motion, someone in a back-of-house jacket, no name tag visible, walked up to it from the other side. He swiped his card. The LED flashed green, and the lock released. The sound of the latch opening was muffled by the hallway noise, but the sound of the door closing after he passed through cut cleanly across it all. Clack. The exact same note. The same metal against metal finality, echoing off tile and concrete, the kind of sound that sticks in your inner ear and replays when you least want it. I kept walking. If I had stopped any longer, I might have grabbed the door and asked whoever was on the other side what they thought they were closing off. At lunch, there was no graceful way to avoid the bar. That was where everyone wanted to meet. HR had reserved some space and gave us drink tickets like we were at a wedding reception. The bar had gotten an upgrade since the last time I had sat in it, half poisoned and cocky. New neon signs glowed in trendy colors, craft beer logos, a local distillery, some seltzer brand. The old tube TVs had been replaced by huge flat screens showing NFL highlights on one, live snow report on another, some talk show no one was really watching. The sound system had improved just enough to make shouting across the room necessary. But under all of that, the bones were the same. The coolers behind the bar hummed with the same irregular vibration. The glass doors fogged up and cleared in the same patterns. The air was thick with the smell of fries, cheap burger patties, spilled beer, and wet gloves steaming on heaters under the bar. Every time someone opened the door to the deck, a burst of cold air knifed through and dragged the scent of snow and cigarette smoke with it. I took a stool near the end of the bar where I could see both the room and the hallway. Nate was talking to someone from HR about how fast he had gone on the beginner run. People laughed too loud at stories that were not that funny. I ordered a soda. The bartender gave me a look like I was wasting my ticket. While I waited for the drink, I let my eyes drift, trying not to be obvious. In the far corner, near the windows that looked out at the base area, I saw him. Not Mike. I would have known if it were him, and it was not. This guy was younger, late 20s maybe. Beard trimmed tight, hair under a beanie with the resort's new logo. He wore a hoodie with the same logo, the kind they probably gave to employees at pre-season orientation. A staff pass hung on a lanyard around his neck, turned just enough that I could not see the photo, only the barcode and the resort name. He was sitting at a high-top table with two people I had never seen before, a guy and a woman, both in their 20s. They had that look tourists get when they are a little tired and a little buzzed and still hungry for whatever secret the place can offer them. All three of them were leaning in to hear each other over the music and TVs. The staff guy's body language was familiar, easy, confident, hand moving across the table in little gestures as he talked. The two guests laughed at something he said, heads tilted toward him, like they were grateful he had picked them out of the crowd. On the table between them was a bottle, not beer, not anything with a label I could see. It was a cloudy plastic bottle, the kind you buy in a gas station and reuse until the numbers on the bottom wear off. Whatever was inside was a pale, unnatural color. There was no branding, no printed logo, just a container, half full, catching the neon glow. I could not hear what any of them were saying. I watched the staff guy slide the bottle slightly toward the middle of the table. The woman laughed again, shaking her head, then reached out and tapped the cap with one gloved finger, like she was teasing him about it. The other guest said something, and all three of them leaned in closer, shoulders almost touching now. That was when the guy behind the bar set my soda down. I flinched. The glass clinked against the wood, ice cubes rattling. The bartender gave me another look, then moved on to the next order. When I looked back at the high top, the staff guy was picking up the bottle. He twisted the cap off with a practiced flick, shoulders relaxed. The guests watched him. I turned away. I would love to tell you that I marched over there, that I grabbed the bottle out of his hand, dumped it on the floor, held up my phone with screenshots and forum posts and dates, forced everyone in that room to see what I thought I was seeing. I did not. I picked up my soda, slid off the stool, and moved toward the door like I was just another guy who needed air. On the way out, I passed the side hallway that led toward the kitchens and staff areas. The bulletin board on the wall, there had the usual mess of laminated notices and handwritten flyers. Carpools, roommate wanted, band playing down at the bar in town Friday. One sheet of paper was tacked on crooked, the bottom corner curling up. It was white, newer than the others, the ink still a sharp black. I caught only a strip of the text as I walked by. Reminder, all unofficial guiding incidents must be logged. Cameras on lower backside will be offline during upgrade. Notify patrol of any suspicious activity. My brain snagged on the words unofficial guiding, the exact phrase people used online when they talked about locals taking them to secret stashes and cameras offline. I slowed, just enough to see the rest of the sentence, to confirm I was not imagining it. A shadow moved at the edge of my vision. A young woman in a staff jacket stepped quickly into view from a door on my right. She followed my gaze to the board, then to the half-visible notice. Her hand shot out, fingers pinching the paper and ripping it clean off the cork before it could finish unrolling. "Maintenance memo," she said, voice too casual. She folded the paper once, twice, eyes on me the whole time. Not for guests. She shoved it into her pocket, the outline crinkling against the fabric, then flicked her gaze down the hallway like she was making sure no one else had seen. For a heartbeat, the only sounds were the hum of the soda machine in the break alcove, the muffled thump of music from the bar, and the faint, distant grind of a lift still running outside. Then someone from my office called my name from the lobby, asking if I was joining the next run. The staff woman gave me one last, unreadable look. Not hostile, not friendly, just measuring. Then she turned and disappeared through a door marked "Employees Only," the latch catching with a soft, familiar click that sounded too much like a smaller version of the gate upstairs. If you have made it this far, you probably already know more than you wanted to. So let me talk to you the way I wish someone had talked to me before that day. Right now, you are probably not on a mountain. You are somewhere normal. Maybe you are in bed, lying on your back in a dark room, phone propped up on your chest. The AC in your apartment is humming steadily, that low white noise that makes the walls feel farther away. The little light from the screen is the only thing really moving. Maybe you are sitting in your car, outside a bar, or a 24-hour store, heater ticking as it blows warm air at your legs. Windows fogged a little from your breath. The parking lot lights make everything look flatter and safer than it is. Maybe you are on a couch in a small living room, TV on some background show with the volume turned down low. The fridge in the kitchen kicks on every few minutes. A dull rumble under the canned laughter. Someone in the building above you walks from one room to another, floorboards complaining. Wherever you are comfortable enough to listen to a stranger talk about something bad that happened somewhere else. I am not going to tell you to stop skiing, or to sell your board, or to never set foot on a mountain again. I am not going to tell you to stop drinking with your friends or to treat every staff member like they are out to get you. If this story was supposed to end in a lesson like that, it would be easier to swallow. What I am trying to do is simpler and worse. I want there to be a record in one more place that says this: there are people who do not make their money tuning skis or loading chairs or pouring beers. They make it by working the blind spots, places that are built to move crowds, by living in the cracks between official and nobody wants the paperwork. They make it in the dead zones, in the corners of camera grids, where the lens turns just a little too far to the left, in the minutes between last call at the bar and last sweep on the hill, in that part of the day when guests are cold and tired and happy and a little drunk, and the staff are just trying to get through one more shift without a headache. They do not need a weapon to make it work. They do not need to drag you into a dark alley or pull a knife under a highway overpass. They just need you to believe something most of us grow up believing: that anyone wearing a logo and a lanyard knows what they are doing, and that the mountain is a controlled environment that has your back. They need you to think that a gate-marked staff access is just a shortcut, not a line between someone will find you here and you are on your own. When I think about it, the fear that stuck with me is not even mostly visual. It is made of 3 sounds. The first is the sound of the staff gate opening and closing. If you have ever walked through one of those back-of-house doors, you know it. The short electric buzz of the lock releasing when the key card hits the reader, the soft unhooking of the latch, and then the door swinging shut behind you with a clean, heavy clack. On its own, it is nothing. Just hardware doing what it was designed to do. But when you are on the wrong side of it, that clack is a sentence. It is the sound of every safety net you did not even know you had closing on the other side of a wall. It is the sound of "we'll check the cameras" turning into "actually, there is no footage of that angle." The second sound is an engine idling where it should not be. Engines are everywhere on mountains. Snowcats, snowmobiles, trucks. You get used to them. They become part of the background. But on that slope, in that thin mountain air, the sound of the pickup sitting just out of sight, humming steadily in the cold, felt wrong. It was too smooth, too patient, not thinking about gas, not in a hurry, just there, waiting. I have heard that same note since then in plenty of perfectly normal places. In my neighborhood, when a neighbor warms up their truck on a bitter morning. In a parking lot, when someone is scrolling their phone before going in. Every time, it does the same thing. Lifts my heartbeat up into my throat for a few seconds, until I can see the driver and remind myself that not every idling engine belongs to someone who knows how to work a blind spot. The third sound is the crunch of boots in snow when the world thinks you are unconscious. Not the cheerful stomping of kids in the lift line. Not the sloppy slide of someone post-holing off trail. I mean the steady, heavy step of someone walking with purpose toward bodies they think cannot get up. Heel, toe, heel, toe. Snow compressing under weight, crystals grinding against each other. The sound getting louder, then stopping right beside your head. A moment where you are not sure if you can feel their shadow or if you are making it up. A toe nudging your boot, testing for any kind of resistance. Then, the decision, worth the trouble or not. I do not know where you are in your life or what version of one last run you have been tempted by. Maybe it is literally what it was for us. The end of a good day on the mountain. Legs shot, smiles easy. Someone leaning over a bar table and saying, "There is this line that is not on the map. Want to see it?" The bottle hits the wood between you with a dull thud, plastic cap twisting off with a crack. They tell you the lifts will still be spinning when you pop out on the backside. They tell you they do it all the time. Maybe it is something else. A back road, a shortcut, a party in a part of town you do not know, a we know the bouncer situation. There is always a version of that offer. There is always someone who seems like they have been there 100 times. Someone who makes you feel stupid for hesitating. I am not here to tell you to say no to all of it. I am here to tell you that some people have turned those moments into a seasonal business. They count on end of day, on last call, on one more shot, on one last lap, on the part of you that does not want to be the one who says, "Actually, I'm good." And they know, as well as any patrol director, how long they have before anyone comes looking. As I am typing this, sitting at the same kitchen table where I have stared at this empty form more times than I want to admit, the fridge behind me has just cycled off again. The hum that I do not notice most of the day cuts out, and the heater, for once, decides to take a break at the exact same time. The apartment drops into that hollow silence I recognize now from too many places. The quiet on the backside when the pickup had already left and the snowmobile had not yet arrived. The quiet in the break room before the sheriff came in. The quiet in that gas station parking lot with a bed full of stolen gear turning onto the highway. In that little pocket of stillness, a sound slides in from outside. An engine, low and steady. The note is familiar in a way that makes my palms sweat on the keyboard. Not loud. There is still a whole exterior wall and a parking lot between us, but clear, idling, not coming, not going, just maintaining. I sit there for a moment, watching the cursor blink at the end of a half-finished sentence, listening. Then I push my chair back, the legs scraping on the floor louder than I want them to. At the window, I lift the edge of the blind with 2 fingers, just enough to see. The sodium lights in the shared lot bleed everything a sick yellow. The snow piled at the edges is gray, where it has soaked up weeks of exhaust and grit. In the row closest to the building, 3 cars sit where they always sit. My neighbor's sedan, another guy's SUV, a compact that never seems to move, and 1 truck that was not there before. White, paint dulled by road fill, a low rack over the bed. On that rack are long shapes under a tarp. Maybe ladders, maybe pipes, maybe skis. The tarp is strapped down but not tight. The shapes shift a little when the wind catches the edge. The license plate is a rectangle of mud and old snow. The numbers and letters buried under it, unreadable from here. The cab is dark. I cannot see the driver, but the exhaust puffing from the tailpipe is regular, calm. The engine's idle is steady enough that it almost becomes part of the building's heartbeat. The truck does not move. No door opens. No lights flash. It just sits there, running, as if whoever is inside has all the time in the world. I stand there with the blind cord wrapped around my wrist, the urge bubbling up to grab my phone, call someone, say, "What, exactly?" "Hi, there is a truck in my parking lot with a tarp over some long shapes." They would ask for a plate number, a description of the driver, something besides, "It feels wrong." I have none of that, just a shape in the dark and a sound that I've heard in too many bad places. I let the blind drop. I go back to the table. The fridge kicks back on. The heater follows a second later. The apartment filling up with normal noise like nothing ever slipped in between. The story on my screen is almost finished. The cursor waits. I put my hand back on the trackpad. I scroll up once, skim the mess I have poured out of my head and into this box, and then I do the only thing I actually can do from here. I send it. By the time you hear this, on your phone, in a parked car, in your earbuds as you fall asleep, in your living room with the TV on mute, that truck will be parked somewhere else, maybe under another mountain, outside another bar, in some lower lot, near another staff gate. It will be waiting for someone who thinks one last run sounds like a good idea.